So kindly open the permission access of the file submission, especially your video. Okay, and then each presenter has only 10 minutes, especially for the parallel sessions. Yeah, for the parallel session, we allow you to have your presentation in 10 minutes, and for the Q&A will be done soon after the presentation finish. It is also led by a moderator, and then the moderator will play the role also as the timekeeper. Yeah, and then the participants or the seminar participant can use raise hand button after finishing the after the presenter finish the presentation, then you can raise your button up using the available button in Zoom, and then you can also type the question in the room chat. So that's the technical preparation for the parallel session rules. And then to ease the process entering or joining the available parallel rooms, we kindly invite you all to we recommend you all to rename your username, your Zoom username with number. So if you are interested in joining the parallel room number 1 or room 1, just type number 1 right in the beginning of your first letter of your names. Yeah, for example, my name is Bustanuddin Aswaidi, so I will rename my Zoom account in this meeting with number 1 Bustanuddin Aswaidi with space. Yeah, and then if I'm interested in joining number 2, I will type number 2 in the beginning of my name, and then it is also the same with the other rooms. Yeah, so there are available 5 rooms for your information, and for again I will tell you that this parallel session will run only 1 hour and a half, so that's why make sure that the time management there is applied well, and hopefully our moderator can be the good timekeeper for you. Yeah, and I hope your academic sharing in the parallel room can be fruitful and insightful. And also, yeah, we are also welcoming the participants. Yeah, hopefully you are all the active participants joining the seminars. The Q&A is also for the invited speakers. It is not only for the parallel session, so you are also invited to be active in responding to the presenters, including the invited ones. So we have some invited speakers here. We have Bapak Budi Irawanto MA PhD as the keynote speaker of this seminar. And then we have also Dr. Darin Tanev and Assistant Professor Rolinda Sadornas Castro as the speakers, speaker 1 and speaker 2 after the break. Yeah, inshallah. And then we have also Mr. Ali Soraye Azer and Mr. Kristianto as the host speaker from Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. So again, we are welcoming to everyone joining this conference, and have a nice seminar. Thank you very much. I hope everything is clear, and hopefully we can get the benefit, the academic benefit, the friendship during this seminar. Thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Purwokerto, a beautiful city with all its magnificent treasures. Located in the west part of Central Java, Purwokerto provides affordable mobility access and convenient services to ease your accommodation. As the main icon of Banyumas region, Purwokerto holds an enormous worth of culture. Purwokerto.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahrudin yang didapuk sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan. Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahrudin yang didapuk sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris dan penggunaannya dalam komunikasi sehari-hari dan di dunia kerja. Keunggulan program studi sastra Inggris UMP adalah digital translation, di mana kalian bisa membuat karya penerjemahan digital. Lulusan sastra Inggris dapat bekerja di berbagai bidang seperti penerjemah, guru, dosen, penulis, diplomat, staf Kementerian Dalam dan Luar Negeri serta kedutaan, jurnalis, newsreader, dan bidang-bidang lainnya yang mengandalkan kompetensi bahasa internasional. Apabila kalian tertarik, mari bergabung bersama kami di program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahruddin yang didapuk sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too. I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too. We are dreamers together, always and forever. Let's get high and believe it. I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris dan penggunaannya dalam komunikasi sehari-hari dan di dunia kerja. Keunggulan program studi sastra Inggris UMP adalah digital translation, di mana kalian bisa membuat karya penerjemahan digital. Lulusan sastra Inggris dapat bekerja di berbagai bidang seperti penerjemah, guru, dosen, penulis, diplomat, staf Kementerian Dalam dan Luar Negeri serta kedutaan, jurnalis, newsreader, dan bidang-bidang lainnya yang mengandalkan kompetensi bahasa internasional. Apabila kalian tertarik, mari bergabung bersama kami di program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahruddin yang didapuk sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi.
Good morning everyone. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين أما بعد.
We are
the MC
for
today's
today's
seminar. I am Ayman Muhin, an international student from Morocco in the University of Mohammedia Parwakarto, majoring English literature in the Faculty of Cultural and Communication Sciences. The Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Universitas Mohammedia Parwakarto. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Cultural and Communication Sciences, Universitas Mohammedia Purwakarta. The Honorable University President and Head of External Linkages and Partnership of Mariano Marcos Sete University in Philippines. The distinguished keynote speakers, Mr. Buri Irawanto, MA PhD from the University of Gadjah Mada in Yogyakarta. The honorable speakers, Dr. Darin Tanev from Sofia University in Bulgaria, Assist Prof. Rolinda Sadornas Castro MA from Mariano Marcos Sete University in Philippines. Mr. Ali Soraya Azar, PhD from Management and Science University, Malaysia. And Mr. Cristiano S.S.M. Hum from Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwakarta.
the Honorable Chair and members of the ISSoLLing Committee 2022, dear moderator and co-presenter, dear colleague and student from MMSU Philippines, dear student from Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwakarta, all the beloved participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Seminar on Literature and Linguistics 2022, Faculty of
Cultural and Communication Sciences, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwakarta, 19 July 2022.
It is an honor for us to welcome all of you to this occasion. This seminar is essential as a response to the dynamic growth of the information era, especially that of the metaverse, from which all academic processes and outcome may benefit, including resources, theory, and method for literary and linguistic studies.
This year, the seminar has a grand theme aligned with the phenomena that is literature as a sources and products unlimited creativities in metaverse era.
Ladies and gentlemen, to start the agenda, let's say Basmala. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the ISSoLLing Day, please allow me to read the whole agenda for today. First, we have opening. Second, we have Quran recitation. Third, we have singing Indonesian anthem and Mars Sang Surya. Fourth, we have chairperson report. Fifth, we have opening. Sixth, we have UMP at glance. Seventh, we have keynote speaker. Eighth, we have Q&A session. Ninth, we have parallel session. 10th, we have break. And 11, we have speaker 1.
And then it will be followed by the speaker 2, who is the Assist Prof. Rolinda Sadornas Castro, MA from University of Philippines. And then, of course, we'll be followed by the Q&A session for the speaker 1 and, of course, the speaker 2. And then we will move on to the speaker 3 and the speaker 4. And, of course, the Q&A session for the speaker 3 and the speaker 4. And eventually, we will have the closing session. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's start our agenda by the recitation of the Holy Quran by Indi Nikmatul Kamalia. Indi, the time is all yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inna hadzal Qur'ana yahdi lillati hiya aqwam wa yubashshirul mu'minin ويبشر المؤمنين الذين يعملون الصالحات الذين يعملون الصالحات أن لهم أجرا كبيرا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير والله بما تعملون خبير والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
The national anthem Indonesia Raya and March Sang Surya. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the national anthem and the march.
Marilah kita bersatu.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. My apologies.
Sang surya tetap bersinar cerah, dua bintang yang hijau berseri membuat hati. Ya Allah, tinggalkan keraguan di hadap hari gelap tiba di ufuk timur sana seruan ilahi samina wa
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, the seminar will be reported by the chair of the ISSoLLing Committee, who is Mrs. Titi Wahyuningsi SSM. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Mrs. Titi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Bapak Budi Irawanto, MA PhD from Gajah Mada University, Indonesia, Associate Professor Dr. Darin Tenev from Sofia University, Bulgaria, Assistant Professor Rolinda S. Castro, MA from Mariano Marcos State University, Philippines, Dr. Ali Sarayazi Azhar from Management and Science University, Malaysia, Bapak Kristianto M. Hum, Faculty of Cultural and Communication Sciences, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Indonesia, Honorable Vice Rector Swan of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Honorable the Head of International Affairs Office, Bapak Condro Nur Alim, Honorable Committee, presenters, and participants of ISSoLLing, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to be here today to welcome you to this ISSoLLing, or International Seminar of Language and Literature. With the grand theme Literature as the Source on Products, Unlimited Creativities and Metaverse Era, this conference is organized by Fakultas Ilmu Budaya and Komunikasi, or Faculty of Cultural and Communication Sciences. At the beginning, ISSoLLing was done to alternate our international conferences. So before ISSoLLing, we have another international conference called COTEVEL. COTEVEL was done in the field of teaching English, while ISSoLLing is done to have any discussion on literature and linguistics. Not only that, our conference is also a conference to commemorate our birthday. It's the birthday of Fakultas Sastra that has now changed its name into Fakultas Ilmu Budaya and Komunikasi, or Faculty of Cultural and Communication Sciences. So, on this very special occasion, I would also like to congratulate and thank committee and all the supporting factors who make this conference happen. As we know, the challenging situation during pandemic era has challenged us to survive. As an academic institution and educators, we have to be able to give the best to our students, while the students have to stay access to learn through things that are never been the same again. The academic atmosphere that we have been building so long has changed its way to the storm of the viruses that attack us from all directions. These brick and mortar classes that were beautifying the facilities are not strong enough as shelters to cover us. Thus, we moved to virtual rooms, hoping to keep the safe distance, but for the smooth running of life. Anyhow, the new rooms seems too strange for some of us, make some find their way in the new situation. This way, helps the era becomes a metaverse era. I'm optimistic. This conference provides a fantastic opportunity for educators, learners, and anyone who care to share their experiences. Speakers from many countries are here to share their visions without leaving their walls, and they are from Bulgaria, Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Mali, Canada, Japan, maybe from any other countries that I haven't mentioned before, and of course from Indonesia, from Sabang to Merauke. I believe that the discussion will fashion the next possibilities to sustain our life. I hope it becomes a livable, sustainable, and a smart action that is successfully achieved. This can be done if we keep on sharing and working together. I see today's event becomes an important phase where we will support one another. This conference obligates us to understand more closely many challenges in many related matters towards better solution, especially in our life during this metaverse era. And I also believe that the discussion will not stop here, as some ideas will be published at reputable journals at our proceeding and will be read by academicians all around the world. It means that the solution offered against the challenging situation will be solution not only for us here, but for everybody who read our discussion. At this moment of celebration, once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the committee and everyone whose dedication and efforts have made this sustainable international conference happen. I know it's not a piece of cake to come to this international conference serial comes biannually. As you know, I said before that this conference is another conference. So we have both Kotevel and ISSoLLing that we do in turn. So ISSoLLing is done biannually and Kotevel is done biannually. So I do hope that the existence of our governors will be the color for the life of our education life. In closing, I would like to say that I'm confident that following international conferences will be able to be done by Fakultas Ilmu Budaya and Communication or Faculty of Cultural and Communication Sciences. And once again, happy birthday. I wish Faculty of Cultural and Communication Sciences and will show your existence to the world. Last but not least, I wish you all good health, happiness, and success. Thank you very much for your participation and enjoy the fruit full conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mrs. Tik Tik Wahyuningsi for the report speech. Now, the opening speech by the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Insinyur Aman Suyadi MP. To Insinyur Aman Suyadi MP, time and place are yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable keynote speaker of ISSoLLing 2022, Mr. Budi Irawanto, MA PhD from UGM Indonesia. Honorable invited speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Darin Tenefs from Department of Literature Faculty for Slavonic Studies, University of Sofia, Bulgaria. Honorable invited speaker, Assistant Professor Rolinda Sadornas Castro, MA from Mariano Marcos State University, Philippines. Honorable invited speaker, Mrs. Ali Soraya Ashar, PhD from Management and Science University, Malaysia. Honorable ISSoLLing speaker, Mr. Kristianto SSM Hum from Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Indonesia, as the house speaker. Honorable co-presenters of ISSoLLing 2022, Honorable Dean and the Vice Dean of Faculty of Cultural Science and Communication, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Mr. Ambar Puciyatno SSM Hum and Miss Sulasih Nurhayati SSM Hum. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Praise to Allah because we are still given health and happiness to be here. Salat and salam to our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the light. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and privilege for me to be able to present my speech before you all. To share my welcome and congratulations for all presenters and participants to this agenda of the third international seminar on literature and linguistics, ISSoLLing 2022, conducted by Faculty of Cultural Science and Communication, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. We hope to make this seminar conducted offline next year. Ladies and gentlemen, ISSoLLing 2022 is an important academic forum to facilitate the researcher, lecturer, teacher, and student internationally to meet, share, and discuss the development of literature, linguistics, and English teaching. The seminar theme, literature and the short and product, unlimited creativities in metaverse era, is expected to enhance the involved human resources in this seminar to achieve the creativities and innovation in the discipline. At this occasion, let me officially open this international seminar by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And I would like to extend my deep gratitude to everyone, especially all of the committees who has worked hard and smart to make this seminar happen. I look forward to get good news in the future. Once again, congratulations. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Aman Suyadi for the opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for us to present you a campus tour where the information about the university is shown at glance. Happy watching.
Purwokerto, a beautiful city with all its magnificent treasures. Located in the west part of central Java, Purwokerto provides affordable mobility access and convenient services to ease your accommodation. As the main icon of Banyumas region, Purwokerto holds an enormous worth of culture and heritage preserved by the people for centuries. Surrounded by the scenery of Mount Slamet foothill, Purwokerto presents its incredible nature within its uncountable tourism sites. This is also the place where our university was established. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. It was previously a teacher training college founded on April 5, 1965. UMP has become one of the great Muhammadiyah universities to bring prodigious opportunities for everyone around the world to study, experience culture life, and achieve success in the future. UMP will guarantee you to receive the best education, providing various program studies to a diverse degree. By doing so, we present you with the best educators and qualified staff to support the academic and non-academic affairs during your study period. We also have opened international class for several undergraduate study programs, as well as master degree programs that have been internationalized, as this is in harmony with UMP's long-term target to be more global and recognized worldwide. Besides the grandiose building and fascinating spots, there are some facilities to make your study experience in UMP such a great value, such as mosque with a comfortable atmosphere so that our prayers are more solemn, UMP clinics for taking care of community's health, UMP library with friendly and nice services so that students can get the most comfortable space for reading and doing group studies. Moreover, we have a special complex consisting of the cafe, Coconut Research Center, and dormitories for students living. In UMP, there are more particular non-degree courses such as summer course and winter course for international students who are interested in learning Indonesian heritage and culture. For example, batik making, practicing Banyumas traditional dance, Lengger dance, playing Javanese traditional music, gamelan, and many more. There have been many foreign students who have participated and experienced remarkable, wonderful study life in UMP. They have proven that UMP is capable of giving foremost education and providing Indonesian culture courses all at once. Through international affair offices offered substantial programs, all possibilities for everyone to come and study at UMP are possible. Numerous intriguing programs are provided to enhance students' hard skills and soft skills during the study period, as UMP commits to be a world-class university to educate the nation's life. Approximately, the foreign students of UMP come from 24 countries spread all around the world, who trust us to provide a great study period. So, want to be part of the unforgettable study experience and cultural life at UMP? By choosing UMP as your studying, learning, and growing place, we guarantee you will receive a pleasant impression with subtle offered academic and non-academic programs, supported by all of the campus components to complete everything you need. With a great team from the International Affairs Office of UMP comes great possibilities. UMP.
Dear participants, please open the camera for the photo session.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Enough. Thank you.
Dear speakers, co-presenters, and participants, it is time for us now to come to the main agenda, that is, the keynote presentation by Mr. Budi Erawanto, MA, PhD, from the University of Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta. Here, we would like to invite Mrs. Widya, MA, to the stage and facilitate the presentation and discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Budi Irawanto and Mrs. Widya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully, you are in a great condition today. Hopefully, despite all the season, hopefully you are in doing great. Thank you so much for the MC, Ayman and Aurora. Okay, now it's my turn. Before we start the conference that will be delivered by Pak Budi Irawanto from Department of Communication Studies, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences from University of Gajah Mada, Yogyakarta. Let me read some the curriculum vitae of Pak Budi Irawanto. Pak Budi Irawanto got her master degree from Curtin University of Technology in Australia, and then for doctorate degree, he earned from National University of Singapore and US. And Pak Budi Irawanto himself is mastering in film, performing, and visual art studies. And his current position, he is the head of doctoral program in performing and visual arts studies, Graduate School of Universitas Gajah Mada, Yogyakarta. Well, he already published so many articles, books, and so many that I couldn't read it here because it will be takes time. So let's directly go to Pak Budi Irawanto as the keynote speaker. But before we start the conference that delivered by Pak Budi Irawanto, Pak Budi Irawanto will present about, he will reveal about the what is metaverse, and how connecting this literature with the metaverse. Okay, then I will directly go to Pak Budi Irawanto. Pak Budi Irawanto, how are you today?
Good, great, yes.
Alhamdulillah. To see you again, Pak Budi Irawanto. Finally, we met in this room.
Yes.
Seems that we are face to face, but hopefully in this room we can discuss and get a new paradigm about what is metaverse and how this metaverse linkage with the literature as well. Okay, Pak Budi Irawanto, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bu Widya, for generous introductions, and good morning, distinguished speakers, co-presenters, panelists, and especially in the organizer in Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP, who have graciously invited me to this international seminar on literature and linguistics, or ISSoLLing 2022. As a keynote speaker, I'm humble to be deliver my presentation today on the theme of literature as a source and products, unlimited creativities in the metaverse era, which has been an increasingly relevant topic with the recent renaming and introduction of social media giant Meta. I hope that my presentation today will offer a slight glimpse into how a metaverse can be contextualized in literature. So the title of my today presentation is Training Imagination and Nurturing Empathy, Literature in the Metaverse Era. Okay, let me share my presentation. Okay, I hope you can see clearly. I think I need to, okay, a minute. to enlarge in a presentation mode. Okay, so can you see my slide clearly?
Yes, it is visible, Woody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is the title of my today presentation, Training Imagination and Nurturing Empathy, Literature in the Metaverse Era. Here is the outline of my presentations. First, I will introduce very briefly why we need to discuss about literature in the Metaverse era. And after that, I will explain very briefly what exactly is metaverse. Of course, there are so many definitions and so many conceptions about metaverse, but I try to, to give you a very simple kind of conception of metaverse. And then after that, I will explain about locating literature in the metaverse era. And next, I will explain the core of my presentations about the training imagination. I will explain what I mean about training imagination and nurturing empathy. And last but not least, I will give a very final note. So let me introduce briefly my presentation topic. So the term metaverse gains a new momentum when the giant tech company Facebook, as you may know, changed its name to Meta. I think that's an acronym from metaverse. Moreover, Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg said that he believed the social media firm will one day be revered as metaverse corporation. So I think because the exposure of the media, then public know the term metaverse, although later I will explain that the concept of the term metaverse is actually already introduced in 1992. Entering into the metaverse era, we embrace the blurring between real and virtual, or maybe you can say reality and fantasy, interconnectivity, accessibility, democratization of knowledge and information, and the likes. However, we also face, at the same time, the disinformation, hoax, and the persisting issue of digital divide, especially, I think, in the context of developing countries, we still deal with this. Like in Indonesia, we still have a problem with internet penetration. Is I think is about around 60%. The internet penetration in Indonesia, and the rest of 40% people in Indonesia don't have any access to internet. Therefore, we need to re-examine the role of literature as the main theme of this international seminar today's of literature in the metaverse era by considering its values as well as its potentialities in encouraging the public to adapt into the new condition while preserving the core values of humanity. So in today my presentation, I will more explore the way how literature, especially by reading literature, can adapt us in the context of metaverse era. Okay, let me continue to explain what exactly is metaverse. I think Neil Stephenson initially presented the notion of metaverse in his book Snowcast, published in 1992. The metaverse exists as augmentation of the actual world, a three-dimensional environment that allows individuals to penetrate and engage. So here we deal with the term augmentation, meaning that in the metaverse, we can find sort of like alternative kind of word, which can be an extension of the real world or actual world. In some way, some said that metaverse can be a word when people really, immerse in that kind of word. Metaverse may be an open system where individual can produce and share their work with other without regard of the content or format. So in the metaverse, like I already mentioned before, that this encourages what's so-called the democratization of knowledge and also information. More importantly, metaverse leads to more wide participation of people connecting by this digital technology. Actually, there are various manifestations of metaverse for a long time, whether in social media. I think we are familiar with this. Augmented words, especially in online gaming or in the now is quite popular now is cryptocurrency realm. So if you look at in the visual art scene, you will find what so-called now NFT art or non-fungible token art. This is basically like crypto art or digital art that there is no what so-called the real guarantee that this is actually exists in the real life, but in the form of digital kind of format, so people can promote, people can share and also buy this kind of art through the marketplace. This is, of course, this is a digital marketplace. And you may know like what's so-called the Bitcoin or any other form of cryptocurrency. And this is the new form of currency when people can do like a business transaction through kind of what so-called the blockchain system. Now we really, live in this kind of era, and the metaverse is emerging through the increasing use of virtual world technologies that act as platforms for end users to create, develop, interact, expanding the realm of human communication, interaction, and creativity. Like I already said before, metaverse lead to more what's so-called the participatory culture, or you may say sharing culture, because through this metaverse kind of realm, people can, be more interactive in terms of create kind of artistic work, and also the other kind of digital kind of commodities and product. Whereas metaverse platform are no longer novel topics, they still pose adaptation, conventional research methodologies, and communication practices, which topics such, this is some of the potential kind of research topics and research arena or research field, but I don't talk more about this because I will focus on more in the literature, right? But if you are interested to do research related to the metaverse, there are many topics like digital identity, collaborations, entertainment and playing, affective responses, educational objects, communication design, virtual space, digital representation, simulation, substitution, technology, and art. So I think the concept of metaverse, and metaverse is, is a new phenomenon, especially in the contemporary society, lead to many kind of issues, and you may do many research related to that kind of issue. Yeah. So if you are interested, you can explore later on with your research project many topics like this. Okay. Next, let me continue. How to look at literature in the metaverse era. as is well known, literature, for example, like novels or stories, poetry has created the imaginary world. So actually, by definition, the imaginary words can be understood as metaphors, actually, for its reader. So in my view, literature actually already introduced metaphors to the reader since the beginning, because such literary work encourages the readers to find solace from or to contemplate their life. However, in contemporary context, metaphors is closely associated with the augmented world, like already mentioned, facilitated by the digital technology. In the metaverse era, literature may play its critical role in rearranging reality and constructing an alternative or imaginary world to help the readers to understand their position in the fast-changing world and to deal with uncertainties. So later I will explain the role of literature, especially in the metaverse context, because some may say that now we are dealing with the crisis of reading. Now book is a disappear, replaced by new form like I mean the printed book, yeah, is also a print media, displaced by what's called the digital media or electronic book and so on. But in a sense, I think literature still plays critical role. I mean, in some way, probably this refer to the the original role of literature, but in this new context, I think literature plays even more crucial role. Furthermore, according to Nobel laureate Toni Morrison, fictional literature can be an alternative language that can contradict and elude or analyze the regimes, the authority of electronically visual, the seduction of virtual. Okay, here we can see that I think Toni Morrison, she is one of my favorite writer. Try to contrast between literature and now what's so-called the entertainment media or she call spectacle kind of phenomenon, when fiction is actually provide some it's not solution but provide some contribution to deal with the crisis created by the kind of a new phenomena, which are called the spectacle or entertainment media and so on and so forth. So here we can see that fictional literature, is Toni Morrison calls an alternative language, because later I will explain that literature provide us, not only in the alternative world, but the way how to tell about the human condition, to tell about our character is human and so on. Here, then I try to connect one of the important role of literature. I refer to the famous critic Not Fry coined the term educated imagination in his talk in the early 1960s as part of CBC Radio Messier lectures. Fry actually I think introduced quite interesting kind of term, educated imagination. And I try to expand Fry's concept that imagination, particularly literary imagination, deal with what is the most profoundly and uniquely human aspect of our life. I think if we try to make distinction, let's say, between human and let's say animal, for instance, the key of characteristic of being a human is we have imagination, and imagination is, of course, is quite powerful, because then by imagination we can also project our future. We can also transcend our current condition, current reality, and sometimes we can also to imagine, to find a solution of our current problem. The imagination that is sensitized through contact with literature or educated, if I use Northrop Frye, demonstrated certain characteristic. It experienced a personal engagement with the writer's words, knows what it feels like to inhabit another person's word, knows what it feels like to inhabit another person's moral universe, reflects on human condition, and enable a person to become a more tolerant and worthy citizen. So by reading literature, we also understand the other cultures beyond our own culture, and also we identify different kind of characters. Of course, these are fictional characters, but nonetheless, we can see beyond our actual or current condition to look at more alternative or alternate words, and also we can identify different kind of characters and a person from the literature. So let me give an quotation from postcolonialist theories, Gayatri Chakraborty Spivak. He wrote one of interesting book called the Aesthetic Education in the Era of Globalization. And this is quite interesting when she wrote, when we seem to have won or lost in terms of certainties, we must, as literature teachers in the classroom, remember such warning. Let literature teach us that there are no certainties, that the process is open, and that it may be altogether salutary that it is so. So if we refer to Gayatri Spivak, this quotation, we can see that literature is is not providing a final solution. Rather, literature is trying to give sort of like the way how to consider many kind of option. Certainties is not what literature deal with, but more like how to deal with many kind of possibilities, right? So moreover, I think Gayatri Spivak remarked that humanity should train imagination in order to respond to some challenges posed by globalization process. In his book, The Aesthetic Education, extended Spivak idea literature is indeed capable to cultivate powers of imagination that are essential to citizenship, and here being educated citizenship is superior to being educated to consumership. So here we can see that literature is make us to to understand our position, as well as a part of, like already mentioned, as a global citizen, but also how to being a part of the global kind of people, and have more like cosmopolitan kind of perspective when we dealing with literature. Because like here, by reading literature, we know what really the character us as a human being, not only as individual, but also the way how we interact with others. And by reading literature, we also see different kind of characters, and perhaps we identify that character, and this will, I think, encourage us to have empathy with the other conditions, other people conditions. So that's the next point I will to explore. Yeah. So here, the example, this is one of, I think, published in 2001, a novel written by Kazuo Ishiguro. This is Kazuo is a Japanese British author. He also, Nobel Prize winner in literature. This book entitled Clara and the Sun, and actually Clara is artificial friends. I think this is the term used by Kazuo Ishiguro, sort of like a solar powered robot. So that's why the title is the sun, because Clara really loves sun, because sun is the source of the energy. And sickly 14 years old Josie is a girl in the specified dystopian future. I think in interview, Kazuo Ishiguro said that he intended to set the novel in America, but he not quite clearly identify which part of America. But of course, this is sort of like a dystopian kind of future. In this book, Kazuo Ishiguro look at how rapidly changing modern words through the eyes of unforgettable narrator. In this book, the narrator is a Clara, and quite interesting because instead of a human as a narrator, the narrator in this novel is actually a robot, right? Or he call it artificial friend, to explore a fundamental question: what does it mean to love? Or perhaps you may say that, oh, this is too cliche, the theme of love. But the question about love is raised not by human, but by the machine, the robot. The Facebook Post Gazette call, this is one of the media in the US, called this book as an intense meditation on the meaning of humanity and technology's limits. We can see from here that literature is not only capable to encourage the readers to imagine the problem of morality and the existential distress of post-industrial worlds, the malaise of the existence mediated by technology, but also to reflect what is to be human. I think by using like, post-industrial society, when people are quite familiar with robot is part of the companionship. A robot can help people to do many, many things. I think the writer Kazuo Ishiguro attempts to question about how we deal in the near future, or probably now we already deal with machine, and how machine can think at the same time. And again, literature provide us a source to contemplate about our current condition and how we deal what happened with technology. Okay, next, let me talk the other core of my presentations about nurturing empathy. So for immersed readers, entering fictional world allows a refreshing escape from ordinary everyday pressure and preoccupation. So sometimes by we reading intensely, we suddenly escape from our immediate kind of work, and we immerse in if I call metaverse or in an imaginary kind of world. At the same time, fictional characters can become mental companions to last a lifetime, and relationship across generation can be built around affection for a character of fictional world. So I don't know, probably most of you have sort of like a favorite character from literature, and this character can be a source for identification, can be your role models, and at the same time, uh, probably the character is also the object of affections. I quote here philosopher Martha Nussbaum says that novel reading is one of the core strategies for building a better world citizen capable of extending love and compassion to unknown others. So I would like to highlight Nussbaum point here that uh, how literature is capable to extend love and compassion to unknown others. So this is, I think, is quite important role of literature when we deal with many characters. Probably that can be a poor people, can be a marginalized, group, can be a minority group, and so on. And authors try to introduce this kind of probably unusual or extraordinary kind of character in his work. And by identifying with the kind of character, then we can extend our compassion to unknown others, especially in this, social media era. We easily get upset when we find somebody doing bad or something like that, and we emotionally sometimes invest in some of unjust kind of realities or phenomena, something like that. And I think literature it's truly encouraged us to look at to the unknowns others. I like this term unknown others because it's very important when we talking about empathy, right? So encountering a novel helps the would-be world citizen. There's also Nussbaum, mentioned about by reading novel can be a better, world citizens. Become a sensitive and empathetic interpreter of others. Yeah, sometimes the author use many kind of device in order to introduce the main character. Sometimes the author use first person point of view or third person point of view, but whatever kind of device used by the author, we can see that to know the character. Sometimes it's not the main character. Sometimes it's peripheral characters invite our empathy. And I would like to to refer evolutionary psychologist Steven Pinker. Fiction offers not only the cognitive advantage of seeing how hypothetical scenario play out, but also the emotional pleasure of empathizing the characters and a payoff in understanding and better behavior. So here I think Pinker said about the benefit by reading fiction, because fiction offers sort of like cognitive advantage of seeing how hypothetical scenario play out, especially when we read, let's say, like detective genre kind of literature, right? We know that, oh, what's happened this and this, and we follow the plot and so on. And this is really give sort of like kind of enjoyment and excitement, but at the same time we find like emotional pleasure by empathizing of the characters in the novel and in the literature. Furthermore, Martha Nussbaum claims that reading must be consequential. He said that it is impossible to care about characters in the novel and their well-being in the way the text invite, without having some very definite political and moral interests awaken in oneself. So yeah, usually we already have like some sort of like ideological or political predisposition before we read a novel, for instance. And by reading, then we can identify the characters, and after that we can probably relate and connects to the characters, the idea of the authors, and so on. So actually, in some way, this encourage us to think and perhaps to act based on our understanding of the characters and also the story of the novel. So let me give an quotation from again Toni Morrison. She said that literature has features that make it possible to experience public without coercion and without submission. Literature refuses and disrupts passive or controlled consumption of the spectacle designed to nationalize identity in order to sell us products. Literature allows us, no demand of us, the experience of ourselves as multidimensional persons. So if we look at Toni Morrison's idea here, that I would like to highlight that literature refuses and disrupt passive or controlled consumption of spectacle. So here again, we see that the reading literature activity is actually train us to concentrate, train us to focus, train us to understand intensely what has really happened, of course, in the literary kind of world, yeah, in the imaginary world offered by let's say novel and other literature form. And according to Morrison, this is a good way to refuse sort of like a controlled consumption of the spectacle, right? Designed by nationalized identity in order to sell us products. So every day we deal with, the bombardment of advertisement through many kind of platform, through radio, through television, social media, and so on, and all of this advertisement encourage us to be a consumer, to buy a product, and so on. And literature, according to Morrison, is a good way to refuse and disrupt passive of control consumption, because all advertisements actually posted us as a passive kind of subject, or passive kind of persons. And then by reading a literature, Toni Morrison says that we can have an experience of ourselves as multidimensional person. Here, I think by understanding ourselves better, we can also understand, others as well. And by understanding others, that will cultivate what Toni Morrison said is connect literature to the public life. So probably you see that many says that reading is very kind of individual or personal kind of activity. Yeah, we read in sort of like an isolation. We close up ourselves, and we don't. We don't know what happened around us during our reading activity. But in fact, by reading, actually, the literature is actually open up to the other world, and to expand our horizon of knowledge and also perspective, right? Probably it seems that reading is very individual kind of activity, but in fact, we are actually enter to more kind of open space to enter more open place, and we at times to understand different kind of culture, different kind of personality, different kind of characters, probably from different kind of words. Yeah. Okay, let me continue. This is an example. Probably this is very classics. I think in many countries, this book, To Kill a Mockingbird, written by Harper Lee, is sort of like compulsory reading for, let's say, for junior high school and so on. But I think this book now is becoming a classics, and the primary theme of this novel or this book is racial injustice and destruction of innocence, revolving around the serious issues of rape and racial inequality. So the main characters here is actually Atticus Finch. Atticus Finch is a lawyer who are concerned with the condition of Afro-American people, and he actually defends the case, the rape case, because the main perpetrator, according to the to the court and also community in large, is actually Afro-American person, and he tried to find out the truth of this case, despite sort of kind of dominant opinion that this Afro-American person is actually the perpetrator of this case. Of course, yes, but there is more than that. And Atticus Finch, I think, tried to how to call it, to convince that we cannot just act based on our racial prejudice. Not surprisingly, that the historian Joseph Caspino remarked in the 20th century, To Kill a Mockingbird is the most widely read books dealing with the race in America, and its main character, Atticus Finch, the most enduring fictional image of racial heroism. I think most of the reader across the world identify with the character Atticus Finch is a good father also, and also how he tried to to take a position relatively different with the other majority in his community. In this novel, the author also addresses issue of a class, courage, compassion, and gender role in the deep south of America. This novel, I think, encourage the readers to learn about toleration and to decry prejudice, which is now easily and quickly spread through various social media platforms. So, as I already mentioned, in the metaverse era, or in the digital era, if you like to call it, actually, we easily sometimes receive information without any checks, and we quickly spread that kind of information without thinking carefully. But if you have a habit of reading literature, you may not do that, because by reading is actually need kind of patience, and also like I already mentioned, train our imagination and make us have more thoughtful kind of idea. Yeah. And not easily, and quickly spread any information, say like a hoax, for instance, or disinformation. So that's why now reading literature is really, really essential in order to adapt in the new condition, right? So for final notes, in the metaverse era, literature plays a crucial role in counterbalancing the dominant spectacle, in which we tend to have no control, that encourages retreat into a narcissism of difference. Yeah, we love to do most of us probably love to do kind of selfie or Wi-Fi and then share to our social media account. And actually, this kind of sort of like narcissism, right? And sometimes we encourage to participate, and kind of because digital media now is more interactive, but participation sometimes is sort of like an illusionary community. We part of, let's say, fan community, for instance, but this fan community is actually serve more to the media industry, rather than serve to our interests. And yeah, we in a surrender to the shallow kind of entertainment. Yeah, because entertainment is really in some way make us a passive consumer. We enjoy the story and so on, but it's not really give us a space to reflect, to think, compared to, let's say, reading literature. With the literature characters building and moral strengthening capacities, reading literature is even more relevant in the metaverse era, and it's allow us to regain our power to imagine beyond our current condition and nurture our empathy to fellow human beings who may be invisible and inaudible. Okay, I think with that, I finished my presentation. Thank you for your kind attentions. I would love to hear more of your thoughts surrounding the topic. So please to voice out any questions, be it the chat box or verbally through microphone. Okay, thank you. Terima kasih.
Okay. Baik, thank you so much, Pak Budi Irawanto. Terima kasih. Well, this is just now we had a very enlightening presentation, yeah, and actually, Pak Budi Irawanto, I was interested in the what is it at the last presentations about how this metaverse era actually we are interconnected, but it is just like a virtual community that is actually didn't what is it? It is not didn't, but less creating empathy. So so from your title, that is a provocative one. That is that how this metaverse era, what is it? Kind of losing empathy to others, even though we are interconnected. For example, just last night, if I didn't mistaken, there was an accident. Yeah, an accident. Everyone was there, but I think no one helped them. But they connected with others with their video that posted in their social media. So others already know about the accident. But actually, we are kind of losing empathy. Yeah, so your title is very, what is it, a provocative one. How literature actually can raise the empathy of living in this metaverse era. Okay, thank you so much, Pak Budi Irawanto. So
You're welcome.
it was very enlightening for me, and hopefully it also, what is it, give a new paradigm about metaverse era and how the literature can create and increase the empathy for others. Okay, thank you. And now time for question and answer. I think we had still about around 30 minutes perhaps for having question and answers. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Let me check in the chat room. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, the first question is from Cristianto. Okay, he asked about fictional literature can be an alternative language that can be contradict and elude or analysis the regime, the authority of electronically visual, the seduction of virtual. Pak Budi, you mentioned here like the metaverse is a threat or a challenge for literature, or it is a dangerous thing for our life. Don't you think that metaverse is just a new space for alternative life and literature? Thank you. That is the first question from Pak Kristianto, Pak Budi. So he note on, is it a metaverse is a threat or challenge actually for the literature itself? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Widya. I think Pak Kristanto also raised hand. Probably he wants to add his question.
Okay. Pak Chris, please welcome.
Or clarify. Please, Pak Chris, I think, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, it just unmuted, Pak Budi. Thank you, Pak Budiranto. It's really inspiring, and I don't know because your word is really literature, then I see that you put a negative perspective on metaverse there. It's like that, being digital or internet, that there is like, I don't know whether it is a challenge or a threat for the noble literature that you have there, or even it may, it's like a threat for it, really dangerous to our life. I mean that's from what you like, what from Toni Morrison there. It's like that this new word is like a challenge, whether to the literature itself or even to our word, so that then it should be, it should be challenged by, it should be like being fenced by the noble literature, I don't know, to contradict or to make the negative effect of the metaverse here more subtle to, I don't know, the generations. So do you think really want to say so? While I will, what I'm thinking, metaverse is just, like a new space, because okay, with literature, you mentioned poetry, novel, drama there, and then today with metaverse, with the digital, with internet there, we know we got another literature which is in many other forms, and I think it can be an options, and it doesn't cover other more subtle and noble and that have been known, the conventional literature there. And then I think those conventional literature even become the sources, I think become the sources and the inspiration for those industry, including, I think, the game, for example. Sometimes they also take the stories from the literature that we have long before until today, and I think, I'm sure that it still continue to flourish. But I don't know why then the perspective that you put there is like, it's like negative, and then you see it as a threat for our generation, or even just for the literary word there. Thank you, Pak Budi, for the clarification. I'm sure I'm wrong. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Pak Chris. Yeah, I think my intention in the, how to call it, in my presentation or in a keynote speech is actually to provoke the participant in this seminar, international seminar, to think about again about the dangers or probably the dark side of metaverse. Yeah, you are not completely wrong. I think probably I give impressions that metaverse sort of like a threat to literature, right? Because people then, sort of like don't have any kind of thoughtful kind of idea. People seduced by entertainment, and people just being how to call it, indulgence with kind of narcissism and something like that, right? I think in my last slide, I said that actually literature can be counterbalancing. It's sort of like, of course, we can talk more about how a metaverse actually can be a good kind of a challenge for literature. We can see now, if we browse to the in the internet, that now we find out what so-called a visual poetry, a visual poem. And this is kind of the generative kind of art, how poetry or poem can be visualized by using sort of like cinematographic kind of principle, or using like filmic language at the same time, combine literature and filmic kind of language, for instance. And also if you look at, if storytelling is the core of the literature, actually this actually applied in other medium, for instance, like narrative games. If we, I'm not avid gamers, but some of the students, and also my daughter is actually like play games, and especially in the narrative games, the principle of storytelling, and I think that's actually, this has come from literary traditions, is actually applied to that. So the games have a story, they have a characters, they have a plot or something like that. And I think that's the application of some of the, principle of storytelling we can, find in, especially in literary kind of traditions. In the games, of course, in film, dialogue, narrative, story, and so on is, and many novel have been adapted into film, right? Especially from like the classic Shakespeare, we can find sort of like Hamlet, and also I think in Netflix now we have like a Persuasion. It's also adapted from from the classic literature. But what I'm talking here is the possibility of literature, sort of like, I don't call it like a problem solver, but like I tend to use the word counterbalancing of some of the negative side of the metaverse. And we know that in the metaverse era, we deal also, like I already mentioned, with the disinformation. We deal with hoax and so on, right? By reading literature, then because like I already mentioned, the reading literature train us to focus, to concentrate, and now is something quite rare in the social media era, because we keep distracting from many kind of flood of information, right? We have like a very short span of memory now. We bombarded by many informations and news and so on. So against this is related to the reading activity. I think we should cherish the reading activity now, and even more important, reading now. For instance, like I'm happy that I introduced my daughter when she's still preschool with story and so on, and now you have as an avid reader and so on. And in the flood, I cannot imagine in the flood, especially in her generation, with to deal with so many distraction. Attention now is very precious. And some scholars say, no, we are living in what's so-called the attention economy, because attention can be monetized, right? Especially by advertisers, because if you pay just only 50 seconds of advertisement, oh, that's very important. Because we distracted with many kind of spectacle, information, news, everything, and then the the advertiser attempts to capture, although only 50 seconds or 1 minute. That's very important. So attention now is very high commodity, and reading literature is actually we give our attention to the text, and by refusing to be distracted by advertisement, and we instead read a literature. Yeah, can be poetry, can be short stories, actually not only novel. We gain our power to have attention as our own, and you cannot just, we cannot just easily give our attention to the advertisement, give attention to, corporate promotion or something like that. We gain the power to spend our, our attention by reading literature, right? That's the way how we, I don't know how we resist to the to the what happened today, like the attention economy. Attention, can be monetized, can be commercialized, can be commodified by corporation, and by we spend our attention to what our own activity, especially by reading, for instance, then we have autonomy to our attention, right? Something like that, Pak Chris. So yeah, I intentionally, to provoke and give the false impression that, oh, I hate metaverse, or metaverse is a big threat to literature. No, it's actually, it's, yeah, in positive way we can call it a challenge for literature, actually. Yeah.
Okay, Pak Chris, do you still have any comment perhaps for Pak Chris? So I think Pak Budi just say that, yeah, this is not a threat, but a challenging of this metaverse for literature. So do you have another impression or another question still, maybe, Pak Chris? So how this provocative title really provocate Pak Chris?
Pak Chris said that my provocation does work.
Yes,
In
thank
chat
you.
box.
I'm very
Okay.
satisfied with the explanation, Pak Budi. Thank you so much.
You're
Okay.
welcome, Pak Chris.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Pak
I
Chris.
think for Vidya, we have a question in the chat box.
Yes,
I think.
yes.
Yeah, we have a question.
Second question come from Bu Asih.
Bu Asih, yeah.
Yeah, her question, very enlightening presentation, Pak Budi.
Thank you. Bu
Since
Asih.
some of us, she continues then, some of us here are teaching English in senior or junior high. Would you care to give us some examples on how English teachers in senior or junior high can incorporate metaverse in their classes to enhance their student learning experiences? Thank you. It's from Bu Asih.
Okay. Thank you, Bu Asih, for your interesting question. I think, yeah, that's again, like, that's related to Pak Chris' question. This is the challenge as English literature teacher in a senior or junior high school, how to, let's say, to adapt metaverse in our teaching activity. I think for the young generation, they are quite, familiar with sort of like social media or new media, because when they were born, they already, like digital digital native. Not me. I'm a digital immigrant, not digital native. So probably in order to make our teaching interesting, we can combine and use some sort of like tool. For instance, like you may use like YouTube, because in YouTube now YouTube aware the importance of reading a book. Then they have like a BookTube. BookTube is sort of like a special platform from YouTube, mostly consists of book review, right? And yeah, the review done by probably student or ordinary people. But the most interesting about this BookTube is actually how YouTuber or users receive kind and also appreciate the literature that can be very popular one like pulp fiction, but also some classic kind of literature as well. And I think by looking at the way how YouTuber or users um, talk about books or about novel or about short stories and so on, may inspire students to read more books, because sometimes there are many things like for instance like the YouTuber is trying to look at the list of book read by some famous personalities or celebrities, right? So, oh, this is the list. For instance, like, oh, this is book read by Timothy Chalamet. That's the actor of the film Dune. And there's some list of this kind of books, and then why this book is so important. I think most of the young generation is easily identified with popular kind of figure and so on, but still connect with the habit of reading. And I really found that BookTube is very very useful to encourage YouTube users to love reading literature, and it's very interesting. But because the way how they present their appreciation of the book is quite interesting. They can make like outdoor activity or something like that. They have like the list of the book they want to read in a 1 month, or challenge to read like War and Peace book is very thick, and then they try to finish, and every day they have like a video to record that activity or something like that. So they present in quite many interesting way, not just talk about book as sort of like a monologue, but sometimes they make more interesting in different kind of occasion, situation, something like that. I think if you like, Bu Aceh, you can also use this one, BookTube, on YouTube. There are many great book review by some, YouTuber, and some lists by celebrities about what kind of book they prefer. For instance, like one of the member of BTS, I don't know, is Bu Aceh. No, I cannot remember his name, but he's considered one of quite smart member of BTS, and he also has a list of reading, and quite interesting kind of reading. He read some classics one, like for instance, like he read 1984 by George Orwell, for instance. So I think this one is encourage viewers to to read more book. That's the way. And also, of course, you can use like some film thriller of film as part of the adaptation of the literature, right? Like I already mentioned, some of the film is actually adapted from in Indonesia. We have so many, like Laskar Pelangi, Rainbow Troops by Andrea Hirata, already successfully adapted into film, and also some of the Hamka books also adapted into film as well. So yeah. you can also introduce film also in your class, especially part of the adaptation of the literature as well, because that's more attractive for the young generation. Yeah, if they deal with more like audiovisual kind of medium, something like that. I think to Asih, I hope I answer your question.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Budi. Hopefully, Bu Asih still there. Maybe want to add some more. So this is a suggestion
If
from
you
Pak
have
Budi
any question,
booktube and film, yeah,
yeah,
to teach literature to the young adults or young learners.
yeah.
It worked because they are very familiar with media as well, comparing to me especially. Okay, there is another question, Pak Budi. This is from Bu Aida.
Mm.
Okay, her question is, Pak Budi, I'd like to know about your opinion on the phenomenon of digital literature in relation to the aesthetic aspect and authorship. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. But I think this is a quite tough question. Thanks for your question. Yeah, the problem with the digital technology is the problem about also about intellectual property right, because digital kind of work is easily adapted into different kind of a platform, and in some way it's easily copied and multiplied and distribute and so on. So sometimes we deal with this issue about uh, intellectual property right, or property right, because this actually facilitated by the technology. So by default, it's easily to to pirate it, to pirate and to copy and so on, because of the digital things. Um, on the other hand, digital also open up the possibility for collaboration. Yeah, because it's easy if you stay in Indonesia and your collaborators stay in the other countries. It's quite easy through the digital kind of platform. We have Google Docs and so on, so we can write together and so on. So it's quite easily. I cannot remember in the past if someone really collaborate to write a book, right? For instance, it's so difficult because they need to post their writing, and after many months they receive the reply and so on. So it's very a long kind of a process. But now it's quite easy, especially like for instance, like in the design, right, field, for instance, like there are many even like applications to do like collaborative kind of design, for instance, and also in the film production, for instance, like animation. Animation is actually not centralized in the Hollywood studio, but actually in some part is done by people from the different countries, including Indonesia or other countries in the world. So it's actually when we watch film, there's a really kind of a form of collaborative work from people across the world. So this kind of digital or metaverse actually facilitate for more kind of collaborative work. And I think that's the good thing about the digital technology. Yeah, of course, then the problem with the collaboration is sometimes the problem is about authorship. So sometimes it's how to define this part is it's a work of certain kind of author, and the part is not something like that. Yeah, the claim about authorship is also in some way quite complicated when we deal with the collaborative work, for instance. And also, like I already mentioned, the digital also facilitate for piracy, because by default the technology is is allow people to multiply and to copy and so on and so forth. Then the question is about digital literature sometimes, people use sometimes digital literature can be in a simple way just simply digitizations, meaning that to change the form of analog into digital form, right? On the other hand, sometimes digital literature, meaning that the way how to create and how to produce kind of literatures is by using digital technology, and some of the feature of digital technology, like I already mentioned, like the visual poetry or visual poem, for instance, like that. And if we look at the aesthetic aspect of this, I think when we are dealing with the aesthetics, actually, we also deal with the material, deal with the medium, right? And how the artist or the creator or the author think about the medium, and also think about it's also the language of the medium as well. And the digital, I think there are many possibilities to, of course, to modify, of course, to manipulate in a positive way of the content and the material as well. So, how to define digital aesthetic then? I think digital aesthetic give more freedom to the artist or to author to express their creativity, and also to foster their imagination, because there are many possibilities by using this digital kind of technology. Like I already mentioned, like visual poetry can be called as a generative art. Generative art, sort of like the art is not simply doing by human, but also doing by machine, or if you call it the artificial intelligence algorithm, and so on. Yeah. And yeah, we find like this offer a new source of artists to create more, a breakthrough kind of a work, right? In a visual art field, for instance, some of the artists combine many possibilities, let's say, of the videos, films, musics, and to combine many kind of, they call it now as intermediality, because the kind of work is across the boundary of the medium specificities. So that create the new kind of artwork. Yeah, they cross the boundary, for instance, like dance, films, games, and many, and even like literature as well. So that's kind of new work facilitated by the digital technology. And of course, this provide more kind of artistic form, and a new, I think for me, it's a new kind of aesthetic, like the kind of aesthetic that's crossing the boundary of the medium specificity. So we cannot talk about the specificity of medium now, because the medium is actually is porous and easily cross over one to the other, right? We can use many kind of. I think that's my answer to Mbak Aida. I hope I answer your question.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Budi. Or maybe Mbak Aida would like to ask directly to Pak Budi. Mbak Aida? Okay, then there is another question. Sorry, maybe we have a very limited time, but I will still have time for maybe the last question, Pak Budi. Is that okay?
Yes, please, yes.
Okay, this is from Makan Sako from Mali. Hello, good morning, Mr. or Mrs. Makan Sako. Sorry, Would you like to give directly a question to Pak Budi? Hello? Okay, while waiting for him to what is it, give direct a question, let me read the question. Oh, okay, okay, makan sako, please.
Sorry, it's too dark here. It's night time here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Pak Budi.
Good morning.
Pak Makan.
Yes, how are you?
Great. Thank you.
Great, good. So I am an English teacher at the language center in Mali. Of course, I also have to thank Batiti. I have to thank my university, Yogyakarta State University also. Okay. So I said, thank you very much for your great presentation about this important topic. So I wanted Pak Budi to give us, English teachers, not only English teachers, but language teachers, educational practitioners, and yeah, the use of such technology. Okay, right. Just some advice about the use of this kind of technology. Yeah, that is my question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks Pak Makan Sako from Mali.
Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a difficult question when come to give like a practical advice because I'm probably not very practical person. That's my problem. Yeah, I think we can actually use some of the like digital kind of media or kind of digital kind of technology as a teaching tool or teaching aid in our class. For instance, like of course you can make now it's quite simple. You can make a video from your mobile phone and then you can play in the class, or if you still do like what's it called the online teaching, something like that. You can pause and play your video, and after that, I think because that's quite interesting to encourage discussion rather than like very conventional presentation like this, or you can pick up some of the, like I already mentioned, like video from YouTube or from other video-based social media like Vimeo and something like that. But in Indonesia, it's difficult to access Vimeo. Otherwise, you use VPN because that's already blocked by Department of Information Minister. Okay, so I think when we are teaching about language, it's really good how actually language has been practiced in daily life or in real life. Probably you can just randomly pick up from news or something like that, and then you can discuss together with your student to look at is whether we can learn together about the way how language has been practiced. And in my opinion, language is actually very dynamic. Probably you can also discuss about some of the new terms emerged in the social media and so on, and they discuss about, oh, we now deal with kind of term and what's the origin of this word or this term, and why people now use this term, and so on and so forth. So the other, because the important issue in teaching language is the issue about language acquisition, right? So the way how your student understand in real life, people practice language is so important. Probably you can discuss about, oh, this is the way how to use a language in in the right way. The other is is incorrect way or something like that. You can identify which one is correct, which one is incorrect or something like that. Grammatically, something like that. So you can discuss more about that, because like when we use based on my experience, when I use like video or film, is easily encourage student to to express their opinion and discuss the issue, right? And in terms of language teaching, you can also discuss about how people practice in real or daily life. You can even like use not necessarily like a video intentionally for for language teaching. You can even like use like a news and so on, and then after that probably you can comment about how reporter said it's better in the proper kind of English or not, because in Indonesia some of the reporter in, of course, in bahasa is is totally mess when they report, the language is not really follow the standard Indonesian grammar. It's something really, it's not really, in my opinion, except the reporter from the public television, like in Indonesia we have TVRI, Indonesian government sponsor television station. They more proper way how to report, but the reporter from private television is it's not really good, and that can be an example. Of course you can use from from English kind of TV station, something like that, and you can really learn. Probably you can compare, let's say, how BBC reporters and also like CNN or Fox TV station reports kind of events, and then you can learn about that and how the way they formulate the idea is whether it's easy to understand or not, and it's whether he use language in a proper way or not, for instance. So that can be a part of discussion in the class as well. And of course, they can also your student, you can encourage your student to, let's say, compose poem or poetry or something like that, and you can also give comment. For instance, like now this facilities what's called Google Classroom, right? You can give a private comment and then something like that. It's more interactive and without embarrassing with the other student, because you can give directly the private comment of the work or something like that, and also a platform for discussion in Google Classroom as well. I use this in my class as well. So there are many ways we can actually optimize the potential of digital technology in teaching, especially like language teaching. That's my practical advice, Pak Makan. Hope I answer your question.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Makan Sako. Hopefully it answer your questions. Okay. Thank you, Pak Makan. Goodbye. See you next time. Okay, Pak Budi, we have a very limited time, but there is one more question, but maybe in short. Bu Nur, there is a question from Bu Nur. Would you like to have your own question, Bu Nur, please? Okay, then I will read it. Pak Budi, it is from Bu Nur. How can we optimize the imagination presented by literature to nurture empathy in the metaverse era? Does it mean that we may consider literature as a place for doing vacation, since some people are enjoying literature for entertainment? And because realities are not likely or absolutely similar to what are presented in literature or even in media. Let me elaborate it with the construction of digital identity due to the metaverse. For example, the Citayam Fashion Week. Thank you. Hopefully. So many
Yeah, I like the last point of Punur ya about Citayam Fashion Week. I follow this in the social media, especially on Twitter and also some on Instagram, right? Yeah. Before I respond about that. So yeah, of course, there are many motives when people, read literature. There are so many motives, just for fun, just killing time, or just really get, new insight, new perspective. Yeah, just for entertainment. It's not all of, reader is try to, to find out more thoughtful kind of idea from what they are reading, right? But again, if you look at, let's say, why certain kind of, let's say, novel is so popular, right? And why some of work, literary work, is can be like become a classic, as across a time, people still, although this work is, written in 19 something or the early 20 century, something like that, we still read that novel, right? Because the storytelling of the novel, right, is captivate the reader, and the readers is really absorbed to the story. And one of the key success of the novel or literature is actually the reader is easily identify with the character, whether they hate or they love. Mostly they love, and of course they have sort of like empathy to the character in the novel. Yeah, of course, the genre mostly like romance, or how to call it, like can be like a historical novel, and so on. And by identifying with the character, of course, when we read, mostly it's almost impossible without pay attention to the character, right? Because there's always character in the literature, and whether we like it or not, there's a character, and the characters, I think, what make reader try to understand all these events, so many events in the novels, and sometimes the character is integrate different kind of events in the novel, for instance. Then by look at the character, and most, I think, readers, author try to portray the character in detail, especially in novel. In short story, we cannot identify quite close with the character, because just mostly based on the uh, very short kind of event. But in a novel, it's not difficult to identify with the character, right? Because the author elaborate the character, and how to create the character is one of the challenge for the author and for the novel writer, right? Not only just story. So if we look at this, then we can identify some trait of the character, and we can look at what's the good things and the bad things of the character. And by doing this, then we can nurture our empathy to the characters, and not only characters, sometimes the word created by the author. And of course, what happened in the literary world or imaginary world is not exactly the same, because in my view, what we really look at in in a character in the novel, the character and also the literary world is actually the representation of the real world sometimes, and sometimes completely fantastic kind of a word if you deal with the science fiction. Although in my opinion, the fantastic word in science fiction is not completely separate from the real world, right? Our imagination, in my opinion, still have a limit, right? When people, when we, let's say, I give an example of like comics. There's a comic called Flash Gordon. That's the superhero, the main character. But the villains is they call it the name is Ming, the King Ming. Ming is, of course, clearly referred to the Chinese kind of character, and this comic is actually in 1950s, and during the 1950s, there's in the global politics, they call it like yellow peril. This is the threat from the China invade to the Western hemisphere, something like that. And then, so although this is a completely fiction and fantasized because it's a science fiction, but we still can refer to the real world. So I think this is a quite delicate kind of relationship between the real world and the imaginary world. And in my view, imaginary world is not completely or totally separate from the real world, but there is still connection, although it's not simply mirror the real world or just copy of the real world, right? But sort of like a representation. If we refer to Stuart Hall, the famous cultural studies theorist, he said that representation works through language, and the way how the author or the creator represent the world is actually involved the way how he select kind of which reality he tried to emphasize, which kind of reality he tried to explore or something like that. And of course, the author also select not all the realities, but some of the realities, and also he tried to emphasize and to introduce some kind of point of view in their work as well. So in my opinion, there is still, my example from Kazuo Ishiguro is actually unspecified. The setting is unspecified of America, with part of America, with it doesn't matter, but people still can learn about this, the advance of technology in robotic or something like that. That's already happened in Japan and many developed countries, how robot is actually assist a human, especially like elder people and so on. And again, although this is a fictionalized reality, but people still can understand this, and probably people can still find the case in real life as well, although it's not completely the same. Yeah. Like the other example, for instance, like To Kill a Mockingbird is actually the basic of story is based on the experience of the author, Harper Lee, who lived in 1930s when United States sort of like segregated kind of countries between North and South America, and the practice of slavery still happened during that. And that's why he wrote about the white lawyer who defends the black people, and although the book published in 1960, but based on experience in 1930s. So of course the characters, it's not like his neighbor. In interview, Harper Lee said that actually she wrote the book based on experience of her interaction with the community, with the neighbor, and so on in 1930s. Yeah, but again, we can see the character and especially people in the United States is easily relate to the kind of character probably they can find in the particular politicians with kind of, word of view or ideology, something like that, and they can find the character probably is closely similar with the real character in their neighborhood and so on. So of course, it's not completely 100%, but still the character sort of like TVify certain kind of character in real life. The bad and the good character. We easily sometimes find, oh, this is like, almost like my neighbor or my friends or my family member of my family and so on, or yeah, something like that. So because the character is actually still based on human character, although in some way it's not completely the same, the real human character, but we still can identify with the real human character as well. So I hope I answered that question. And I don't know whether the Citayam fashion bit should I respond to Widya?
Maybe next time in
different topic, I think.
hopefully it will be there is a different topic, different seminar. Hopefully in the future, Pak Budi. a good what is it? A theme for the next seminar. Hopefully, that will be okay. Thank you so much, Pak Budi. It was a very enlightening and fruitful. What is it? Information about the metaverse and how literature deals with this metaverse era. Thank you so much, Pak Budi.
You're welcome, Bu Nur, and thanks for all the interesting and good question from the participant in this room.
Well, okay, thank you so much for your attention today, and thank you so much for Pak Budi. Hopefully, there will be another, what is it, silaturahmi for another conference. Or thank you
Yes,
so
of
much,
course.
Pak Budi, for being with us in this ISSoLLing in 2022. Thank you so much, Pak Budi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. But before that,
Waalaikumsalam.
I would like to give to the moderator as well, Mas Aiman and Mbak Aurora, please. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Budi Irawanto, for the great presentation. And we also would like to say thank you to Mrs. Widya Nurmalawati for leading the discussion very well, and also we hope all the presenter and participant gain important insight from the presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, as reported by the chair, the seminar has invited 26 co-presenter to share their current studies regarding the theme in a parallel session. This session will be entirely guided by Mr. Bustanuddin As-Suaidi as the coordinator for the event. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Bustanuddin As-Suaidi.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to be here again to meet you to lead this parallel session. As we have informed you before in the beginning of the program or the seminar, we have already provided, and it is actually in the preparation to open, and you are going to get the invitation joining the available breakout Zoom. There are 5, room 1, room 2, room 3, room 4, and room 5. We are trying to put the co-presenters, the listed 25 or 26 co-presenters we have in the rundown or the schedule. And for the participants, as I told you before, you are actually free for choosing the available room. Although maybe you have already renamed your Zoom name, but not all of you have done this, have already changed the name. So that's why I think it takes time to your Zoom. So that's why we invite the participant to join the available breakout room in our seminar today. So for room 1, we have 5 co-presenters, namely Sin Puan Maharani, Ibu Nisrina Nurhaliza, Rana Hairunisa, Sulasno, and then Faisal Amir. And then for room 2, we have Jufida, Sunardin, Dedi Hantoro, Devi Melisa Saragi, Nika Dek Anggraini, and Indah Dwi Eriyanti. And then for room 3, we have Zahriani Bentisham, M. Zaki Mubarak, Lintang Kusuma, and Endang Pujastuti. Room 4, there are 4 presenters there, Supriyatin Agustini, Astri Anggiastari, Sari, Anjar Luciani, and Erlawati. And then for the last room, or room number 5, we have Aryani Purnaning, Ferisa Indri Hapsari, Putu Ranti Wijayanti, Fuad Aryono Albi Mario, and Mutiara R. Effendi. So that are the co-presenters. We are still setting the room management for the Zoom breakout, and once again I am also trying to remind you about the rules for this parallel session. We have around an hour, yeah, and each presenter will have only 10 minutes and 5-minute additional time for the Q&A. And for those who are interested to ask question or response to the co-presenter, feel free to raise your hand by clicking the button there, or maybe you might type the question. And ladies and gentlemen, I think it is not wise for me to extend my explanation since it's been clear, and I congratulate for everyone, especially the co-presenter, for having this parallel session. And yeah, once again, I also remind something that everyone has already known, that this event, this parallel session especially, is designed only for co-presenters, but it is actually not a compulsory presentation. So if then there are some co-presenters who are not willing to share the presentation, so I think better for you to to listen to the explanation or maybe the direction of the moderator, whether you will stay on the parallel room or maybe you will be moved, you will be set in the other parallel rooms. We have already checked, and we have got only 50% of the PowerPoint submission, but hopefully everyone, especially every co-presenter, is ready for your presentation. You can share the screen by yourself, and yeah, feel free and have a nice academic forum in this parallel session. Thank you very much. And for your information, the main room will be empty, and maybe we will do nothing in the main room. Yeah, so please soon move to the available breakout room. So that's all the short explanation for me. Hopefully everything is enough, and Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahrudin yang didap sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too. I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too. We are dreamers together, always and forever. Let's get high and believe that I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris dan penggunaannya dalam komunikasi sehari-hari dan di dunia kerja. Keunggulan program studi sastra Inggris UMP adalah digital translation, di mana kalian bisa membuat karya penerjemahan digital. Lulusan sastra Inggris dapat bekerja di berbagai bidang seperti penerjemah, guru, dosen, penulis, diplomat, staf Kementerian Dalam dan Luar Negeri serta kedutaan, jurnalis, newsreader, dan bidang-bidang lainnya yang mengandalkan kompetensi bahasa internasional. Apabila kalian tertarik, mari bergabung bersama kami di program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahruddin di Dap sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too. I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too. We are dreamers together, always and forever. Let's get high and believe that I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahrudin yang didap sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too. I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too. We are dreamers together, always and forever. Let's get high and believe that I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris dan penggunaannya dalam komunikasi sehari-hari dan di dunia kerja. Keunggulan program studi sastra Inggris UMP adalah digital translation, di mana kalian bisa membuat karya penerjemahan digital. Lulusan sastra Inggris dapat bekerja di berbagai bidang seperti penerjemah, guru, dosen, penulis, diplomat, staf Kementerian Dalam dan Luar Negeri serta kedutaan, jurnalis, newsreader, dan bidang-bidang lainnya yang mengandalkan kompetensi bahasa internasional. Apabila kalian tertarik, mari bergabung bersama kami di program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Purwokerto, a beautiful city with all its magnificent treasures. Located in the west part of Central Java, Purwokerto provides affordable mobility access and convenient services to ease your accommodation. As the main icon of Banyumas region, Purwokerto holds an enormous worth of culture and heritage preserved by the people for centuries. Surrounded by the scenery of Mount Slamet foothill, Purwokerto presents its incredible nature within its uncountable tourism sites. This is also the place where our university was established. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. It was previously a teacher training college founded on April 5, 1965. UMP has become one of the great Muhammadiyah universities to bring prodigious opportunities for everyone around the world to study, experience culture life, and achieve success in the future. UMP will guarantee you to receive the best education, providing various program studies to a diverse degree. By doing so, we present you with the best educators and qualified staff to support the academic and non-academic affairs during your study period. We also have opened international class for several undergraduate study programs, as well as master degree programs that have been internationalized, as this is in harmony with UMP's long-term target to be more global and recognized worldwide. Besides the grandiose building and fascinating spots, there are some facilities to make your study experience in UMP such a great value, such as mosque with a comfortable atmosphere so that our prayers are more solemn. UMP clinics for taking care of community's health, UMP library with friendly and nice services so that students can get the most comfortable space for reading and doing group studies. Moreover, we have a special complex consisting of the cafe, coconut research center, and dormitories for students living. In UMP, there are more particular non-degree courses such as summer course and winter course for international students who are interested in learning Indonesian heritage and culture. For example, batik making, practicing Baju Mas traditional dance, Lengger dance, playing Javanese traditional music, gamelan, and many more. There have been many foreign students who have participated and experienced remarkable, wonderful study life in UMP. They have proven that UMP is capable of giving foremost education and providing Indonesian culture courses all at once. Through International Affairs offices offered substantial programs, all possibilities for everyone to come and study at UMP are possible. Numerous intriguing programs are provided to enhance students' hard skills and soft skills during the study period, as UMP commits to be a world-class university to educate the nation's life. Approximately, the foreign students of UMP come from 24 countries spread all around the world, who trust us to provide a great study period. So, want to be part of the unforgettable study experience and cultural life at UMP? By choosing UMP as your studying, learning, and growing place, we guarantee you will receive a pleasant impression with subtle offered academic and non-academic programs supported by all of the campus components to complete everything you need. With a great team from the International Affairs Office of UMP comes great possibilities. UMP.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahrudin yang didapuk sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too. I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too. We are dreamers together, always and forever. Let's get high, believe that I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris dan penggunaannya dalam komunikasi sehari-hari dan di dunia kerja. Keunggulan program studi sastra Inggris UMP adalah digital translation, di mana kalian bisa membuat karya penerjemahan digital. Lulusan sastra Inggris dapat bekerja di berbagai bidang seperti penerjemah, guru, dosen, penulis, diplomat, staf Kementerian Dalam dan Luar Negeri serta kedutaan, jurnalis, newsreader, dan bidang-bidang lainnya yang mengandalkan kompetensi bahasa internasional. Apabila kalian tertarik, mari bergabung bersama kami di program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Purwokerto, a beautiful city with all its magnificent treasures. Located in the west part of central Java, Purwokerto provides affordable mobility access and convenient services to ease your accommodation. As the main icon of Banyumas region, Purwokerto holds an enormous worth of culture and heritage preserved by the people for centuries. Surrounded by the scenery of Mount Slamet foothill, Purwokerto presents its incredible nature within its uncountable tourism sites. This is also the place where our university was established. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. It was previously a teacher training college founded on April 5, 1965. UMP has become one of the great Muhammadiyah universities to bring prodigious opportunities for everyone around the world to study, experience culture life, and achieve success in the future. UMP will guarantee you to receive the best education, providing various program studies to a diverse degree. By doing so, we present you with the best educators and qualified staff to support the academic and non-academic affairs during your study period. We also have opened international class for several undergraduate study programs, as well as master degree programs that have been internationalized, as this is in harmony with UMP's long-term target to be more global and recognized worldwide. Besides the grandiose building and fascinating spots, there are some facilities to make your study experience in UMP such a great value, such as mosque with a comfortable atmosphere so that our prayers are more solemn, UMP clinics for taking care of community's health, UMP library with friendly and nice services so that students can get the most comfortable space for reading and doing group studies. Moreover, we have a special complex consisting of the cafe, Coconut Research Center, and dormitories for students living. In UMP, there are more particular non-degree courses such as summer course and winter course for international students who are interested in learning Indonesian heritage and culture. For example, batik making, practicing Banyumas traditional dance, Lengger dance, playing Javanese traditional music, gamelan, and many more. There have been many foreign students who have participated and experienced remarkable, wonderful study life in UMP. They have proven that UMP is capable of giving foremost education and providing Indonesian culture courses all at once. Through international affair offices offered substantial programs, all possibilities for everyone to come and study at UMP are possible. Numerous intriguing programs are provided to enhance students' hard skills and soft skills during the study period, as UMP commits to be a world-class university to educate the nation's life. Approximately, the foreign students of UMP come from 24 countries spread all around the world, who trust us to provide a great study period. So, want to be part of the unforgettable study experience and cultural life at UMP? By choosing UMP as your studying, learning, and growing place, we guarantee you will receive a pleasant impression with subtle offered academic and non-academic programs, supported by all of the campus components to complete everything you need. With a great team from the International Affairs Office of UMP comes great possibilities. UMP.
mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahrudin yang didapuk sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too. I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too. We are dreamers together, always and forever. Let's get high and believe that I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris
intriguing programs are provided to enhance students' hard skills and soft skills during the study period, as UMP commits to be a world-class university to educate the nation's life. Approximately, the foreign students of UMP come from 24 countries spread all around the world, who trust us to provide a great study period. So, want to be part of the unforgettable study experience and cultural life at UMP? By choosing UMP as your studying, learning, and growing place, we guarantee you will receive a pleasant impression with subtle offered academic and non-academic programs, supported by all of the campus components to complete everything you need. With a great team from the International Affairs Office of UMP comes great possibilities. UMP.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahrudin yang didap sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris dan penggunaannya dalam komunikasi sehari-hari dan di dunia kerja. Keunggulan program studi sastra Inggris UMP adalah digital translation, di mana kalian bisa membuat karya penerjemahan digital. Lulusan sastra Inggris dapat bekerja di berbagai bidang seperti penerjemah, guru, dosen, penulis, diplomat, staf Kementerian Dalam dan Luar Negeri serta kedutaan, jurnalis, newsreader, dan bidang-bidang lainnya yang mengandalkan kompetensi bahasa internasional. Apabila kalian tertarik, mari bergabung bersama kami di program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Purwokerto, a beautiful city with all its magnificent treasures. Located in the west part of Central Java, Purwokerto provides affordable mobility access and convenient services to ease your accommodation. As the main icon of Banyumas region, Purwokerto holds an enormous worth of culture and heritage preserved by the people for centuries. Surrounded by the scenery of Mount Slamet foothill, Purwokerto presents its incredible nature within its uncountable tourism sites. This is also the place where our university was established. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. It was previously a teacher training college founded on April 5, 1965. UMP has become one of the great Muhammadiyah universities to bring prodigious opportunities for everyone around the world to study, experience culture life, and achieve success in the future. UMP will guarantee you to receive the best education, providing various program studies to a diverse degree. By doing so, we present you with the best educators and qualified staff to support the academic and non-academic affairs during your study period. We also have opened international class for several undergraduate study programs, as well as master degree programs that have been internationalized, as this is in harmony with UMP's long-term target to be more global and recognized worldwide. Besides the grandiose building and fascinating spots, there are some facilities to make your study experience in UMP such a great value, such as mosque with a comfortable atmosphere so that our prayers are more solemn, UMP clinics for taking care of community's health, UMP library with friendly and nice services so that students can get the most comfortable space for reading and doing group studies. Moreover, we have a special complex consisting of the cafe, coconut research center, and dormitories for students living. In UMP, there are more particular non-degree courses such as summer course and winter course for international students who are interested in learning Indonesian heritage and culture. For example, batik making, practicing Banyumas traditional dance, Lengger dance, playing Javanese traditional music, gamelan, and many more. There have been many foreign students who have participated and experienced remarkable, wonderful study life in UMP. They have proven that UMP is capable of giving foremost education and providing Indonesian culture courses all at once. Through international affair offices offered substantial programs, all possibilities for everyone to come and study at UMP are possible. Numerous intriguing programs are provided to enhance students' hard skills and soft skills during the study period, as UMP commits to be a world-class university to educate the nation's life. Approximately, the foreign students of UMP come from 24 countries spread all around the world, who trust us to provide a great study period. So, want to be part of the unforgettable study experience and cultural life at UMP? By choosing UMP as your studying, learning, and growing place, we guarantee you will receive a pleasant impression with subtle offered academic and non-academic programs, supported by all of the campus components to complete everything you need. With a great team from the International Affairs Office of UMP comes great possibilities. UMP.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fakhrudin yang didapuk sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris dan penggunaannya dalam komunikasi sehari-hari dan di dunia kerja. Keunggulan program studi sastra Inggris UMP adalah digital translation, di mana kalian bisa membuat karya penerjemahan digital. Lulusan sastra Inggris dapat bekerja di berbagai bidang seperti penerjemah, guru, dosen, penulis, diplomat, staf Kementerian Dalam dan Luar Negeri serta kedutaan, jurnalis, newsreader, dan bidang-bidang lainnya yang mengandalkan kompetensi bahasa internasional. Apabila kalian tertarik, mari bergabung bersama kami di program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Purwokerto, a beautiful city with all its magnificent treasures. Located in the west part of central Java, Purwokerto provides affordable mobility access and convenient services to ease your accommodation. As the main icon of Banyumas region, Purwokerto holds an enormous worth of culture and heritage preserved by the people for centuries. Surrounded by the scenery of Mount Slamet foothill, Purwokerto presents its incredible nature within its uncountable tourism sites. This is also the place where our university was established. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. It was previously a teacher training college founded on April 5, 1965. UMP has become one of the great Muhammadiyah universities to bring prodigious opportunities for everyone around the world to study, experience culture life, and achieve success in the future. UMP will guarantee you to receive the best education, providing various program studies to a diverse degree. By doing so, we present you with the best educators and qualified staff to support the academic and non-academic affairs during your study period. We also have opened international class for several undergraduate study programs, as well as master degree programs that have been internationalized, as this is in harmony with UMP's long-term target to be more global and recognized worldwide. Besides the grandiose building and fascinating spots, there are some facilities to make your study experience in UMP such a great value, such as mosque with a comfortable atmosphere so that our prayers are more solemn, UMP clinics for taking care of community's health, UMP library with friendly and nice services so that students can get the most comfortable space for reading and doing group studies. Moreover, we have a special complex consisting of the cafe, Coconut Research Center, and dormitories for students living. In UMP, there are more particular non-degree courses such as summer course and winter course for international students who are interested in learning Indonesian heritage and culture. For example, batik making, practicing Banyumas traditional dance, Lengger dance, playing Javanese traditional music, gamelan, and many more. There have been many foreign students who have participated and experienced remarkable, wonderful study life in UMP. They have proven that UMP is capable of giving foremost education and providing Indonesian culture courses all at once. Through international affair offices offered substantial programs, all possibilities for everyone to come and study at UMP are possible. Numerous intriguing programs are provided to enhance students' hard skills and soft skills during the study period, as UMP commits to be a world-class university to educate the nation's life. Approximately, the UMP come from 24 countries spread all around the world who trust us to provide a great study period. So, want to be part of the unforgettable study experience and cultural life at UMP? By choosing UMP as your studying, learning, and growing place, we guarantee you will receive a pleasant impression with subtle offered academic and non-academic programs, supported by all of the campus components to complete everything you need. With a great team from the International Affairs Office of UMP comes great possibilities. UMP.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahruddin yang didapuk sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris dan penggunaannya dalam komunikasi sehari-hari dan di dunia kerja. Keunggulan program studi sastra Inggris UMP adalah digital translation, di mana kalian bisa membuat karya penerjemahan digital. Lulusan sastra Inggris dapat bekerja di berbagai bidang seperti penerjemah, guru, dosen, penulis, diplomat, staf Kementerian Dalam dan Luar Negeri serta kedutaan, jurnalis, newsreader, dan bidang-bidang lainnya yang mengandalkan kompetensi bahasa internasional. Apabila kalian tertarik, mari bergabung bersama kami di program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Purwokerto, a beautiful city with all its magnificent treasures. Located in the west part of Central Java, Purwokerto provides affordable mobility access and convenient services to ease your accommodation. As the main icon of Banyumas region, Purwokerto holds an enormous worth of culture and heritage preserved by the people for centuries. Surrounded by the scenery of Mount Slamet foothill, Purwokerto presents its incredible nature within its uncountable tourism sites. This is also the place where our university was established. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. It was previously a teacher training college founded on April 5, 1965. UMP has become one of the great Muhammadiyah universities to bring prodigious opportunities for everyone around the world to study, experience culture life, and achieve success in the future. UMP will guarantee you to receive the best education, providing various program studies to a diverse degree. By doing so, we present you with the best educators and qualified staff to support the academic and non-academic affairs during your study period. We also have opened international class for several undergraduate study programs, as well as master degree programs that have been internationalized, as this is in harmony with UMP's long-term target to be more global and recognized worldwide. Besides the grandiose building and fascinating spots, there are some facilities to make your study experience in UMP such great value, such as mosque with a comfortable atmosphere so that our prayers are more solemn, UMP clinics for taking care of community's health, UMP library with friendly and nice services so that students can get the most comfortable space for reading and doing group studies. Moreover, we have a special complex consisting of the cafe, Coconut Research Center, and dormitories for students living. In UMP, there are more particular non-degree courses such as summer course and winter course for international students who are interested in learning Indonesian heritage and culture. For example, batik making, practicing Baju Mas traditional dance, Lengger dance, playing Javanese traditional music, gamelan, and many more. There have been many foreign students who have participated and experienced remarkable, wonderful study life in UMP. They have proven that UMP is capable of giving foremost education and providing Indonesian culture courses all at once. Through International Affairs offices offered substantial programs, all possibilities for everyone to come and study at UMP are possible. Numerous intriguing programs are provided to enhance students' hard skills and soft skills during the study period, as UMP commits to be a world-class university to educate the nation's life. Approximately, the foreign students of UMP come from 24 countries spread all around the world, who trust us to provide a great study period. So, want to be part of the unforgettable study experience and cultural life at UMP? By choosing UMP as your studying, learning, and growing place, we guarantee you will receive a pleasant impression with subtle offered academic and non-academic programs, supported by all of the campus components to complete everything you need. With a great team from the International Affairs Office of UMP comes great possibilities. UMP.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahruddin di Dap sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too. Yes, I am a dream too.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris dan penggunaannya dalam komunikasi sehari-hari dan di dunia kerja. Keunggulan program studi sastra Inggris UMP adalah digital translation, di mana kalian bisa membuat karya penerjemahan digital. Lulusan sastra Inggris dapat bekerja di berbagai bidang seperti penerjemah, guru, dosen, penulis, diplomat, staf Kementerian Dalam dan Luar Negeri serta kedutaan, jurnalis, newsreader, dan bidang-bidang lainnya yang mengandalkan kompetensi bahasa internasional. Apabila kalian tertarik, mari bergabung bersama kami di program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Purwokerto, a beautiful city with all its magnificent treasures. Located in the west part of central Java, Purwokerto provides affordable mobility access and convenient services to ease your accommodation. As the main icon of Banyumas region, Purwokerto holds an enormous worth of culture and heritage preserved by the people for centuries. Surrounded by the scenery of Mount Slamet foothill, Purwokerto presents its incredible nature within its uncountable tourism sites. This is also the place where our university was established. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. It was previously a teacher training college founded on April 5, 1965. UMP has become one of the great Muhammadiyah universities to bring prodigious opportunities for everyone around the world to study, experience culture life, and achieve success in the future. UMP will guarantee you to receive the best education, providing various program studies to a diverse degree. By doing so, we present you with the best educators and qualified staff to support the academic and non-academic affairs during your study period. We also have opened international class for several undergraduate study programs, as well as master degree programs that have been internationalized, as this is in harmony with UMP's long-term target to be more global and recognized worldwide. Besides the grandiose building and fascinating spots, there are some facilities to make your study experience in UMP such great value, such as mosque with a comfortable atmosphere so that our prayers are more solemn, UMP clinics for taking care of community's health, UMP library with friendly and nice services so that students can get the most comfortable space for reading and doing group studies. Moreover, we have a special complex consisting of the cafe, coconut research center, and dormitories for students living. In UMP, there are more particular non-degree courses such as summer course and winter course for international students who are interested in learning Indonesian heritage and culture. For example, batik making, practicing Banyumas traditional dance, Lengger dance, playing Javanese traditional music, gamelan, and many more. There have been many foreign students who have participated and experienced remarkable, wonderful study life in UMP. They have proven that UMP is capable of giving foremost education and providing Indonesian culture courses all at once. Through international affair offices offered substantial programs, all possibilities for everyone to come and study at UMP are possible. Numerous intriguing programs are provided to enhance students' hard skills and soft skills during the study period, as UMP commits to be a world-class university to educate the nation's life. Approximately, the foreign students of UMP come from 24 countries spread all around the world, who trust us to provide a great study period. So, Want to be part of the unforgettable study experience and cultural life at UMP? By choosing UMP as your studying, learning, and growing place, we guarantee you will receive a pleasant impression with subtle offered academic and non-academic programs, supported by all of the campus components to complete everything you need. With a great team from the International Affairs Office of UMP comes great possibilities. UMP.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahruddin yang didap sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too. I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too. We are dreamers together, always and forever. Let's get high and believe that. I can promise you, yes, I am a dream too.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris dan penggunaannya dalam komunikasi sehari-hari dan di dunia kerja. Keunggulan program studi sastra Inggris UMP adalah digital translation, di mana kalian bisa membuat karya penerjemahan digital. Lulusan sastra Inggris dapat bekerja di berbagai bidang seperti penerjemah, guru, dosen, penulis, diplomat, staf Kementerian Dalam dan Luar Negeri serta kedutaan, jurnalis, newsreader, dan bidang-bidang lainnya yang mengandalkan kompetensi bahasa internasional. Apabila kalian tertarik, mari bergabung bersama kami di program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Purwokerto, a beautiful city with all its magnificent treasures. Located in the west part of Central Java, Purwokerto provides affordable mobility access and convenient services to ease your accommodation. As the main icon of Banyumas region, Purwokerto holds an enormous worth of culture and heritage preserved by the people for centuries. Surrounded by the scenery of Mount Slamet foothill, Purwokerto presents its incredible nature within its uncountable tourism sites. This is also the place where our university was established. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. It was previously a teacher training college founded on April 5, 1965. UMP has become one of the great Muhammadiyah universities to bring prodigious opportunities for everyone around the world to study, experience culture life, and achieve success in the future. UMP will guarantee you to receive the best education, providing various program studies to a diverse degree. By doing so, we present you with the best educators and qualified staff to support the academic and non-academic affairs during your study period. We also have opened international class for several undergraduate study programs, as well as master degree programs that have been internationalized, as this is in harmony with UMP's long-term target to be more global and recognized worldwide. Besides the grandiose building and fascinating spots, there are some facilities to make your study experience in UMP such a great value, such as mosque with a comfortable atmosphere so that our prayers are more solemn, UMP clinics for taking care of community's health, UMP library with friendly and nice services so that students can get the most comfortable space for reading and doing group studies. Moreover, we have a special complex consisting of the cafe, Coconut Research Center, and dormitories for students living. In UMP, there are more particular non-degree courses such as summer course and winter course for international students who are interested in learning Indonesian heritage and culture. For example, batik making, practicing Banyumas traditional dance, Lengger dance, playing Javanese traditional music, gamelan, and many more. There have been many foreign students who have participated and experienced remarkable, wonderful study life in UMP. They have proven that UMP is capable of giving foremost education and providing Indonesian culture courses all at once. Through international affair offices offered substantial programs, all possibilities for everyone to come and study at UMP are possible. Numerous intriguing programs are provided to enhance students' hard skills and soft skills during the study period, as UMP commits to be a world-class university to educate the nation's life. Approximately, the foreign students of UMP come from 24 countries spread all around the world, who trust us to provide a great study period. So, want to be part of the unforgettable study experience and cultural life at UMP? By choosing UMP as your studying, learning, and growing place, we guarantee you will receive a pleasant impression with subtle offered academic and non-academic programs, supported by all of the campus components to complete everything you need. With a great team from the International Affairs Office of UMP comes great possibilities. UMP.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahruddin yang didap sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too. Yes, I am a dream too. We are dreamers together.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris dan penggunaannya dalam komunikasi sehari-hari dan di dunia kerja. Keunggulan program studi sastra Inggris UMP adalah digital translation, di mana kalian bisa membuat karya penerjemahan digital. Lulusan sastra Inggris dapat bekerja di berbagai bidang seperti penerjemah, guru, dosen, penulis, diplomat, staf Kementerian Dalam dan Luar Negeri serta kedutaan, jurnalis, newsreader, dan bidang-bidang lainnya yang mengandalkan kompetensi bahasa internasional. Apabila kalian tertarik, mari bergabung bersama kami di program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Purwokerto, a beautiful city with all its magnificent treasures. Located in the west part of central Java, Purwokerto provides affordable mobility access and convenient services to ease your accommodation. As the main icon of Banyumas region, Purwokerto holds an enormous worth of culture and heritage preserved by the people for centuries. Surrounded by the scenery of Mount Slamet foothill, Purwokerto presents its incredible nature within its uncountable tourism sites. This is also the place where our university was established. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. It was previously a teacher training college founded on April 5, 1965. UMP has become one of the great Muhammadiyah universities to bring prodigious opportunities for everyone around the world to study, experience culture life, and achieve success in the future. UMP will guarantee you to receive the best education, providing various program studies to a diverse degree. By doing so, we present you with the best educators and qualified staff to support the academic and non-academic affairs during your study period. We also have opened international class for several undergraduate study programs, as well as master degree programs that have been internationalized, as this is in harmony with UMP's long-term target to be more global and recognized worldwide. Besides the grandiose building and fascinating spots, there are some facilities to make your study experience in UMP such great value, such as mosque with a comfortable atmosphere so that our prayers are more solemn, UMP clinics for taking care of community's health, UMP library with friendly and nice services so that students can get the most comfortable space for reading and doing group studies. Moreover, we have a special complex consisting of the cafe, coconut research center, and dormitories for students living. In UMP, there are more particular non-degree courses such as summer course and winter course for international students who are interested in learning Indonesian heritage and culture. For example, batik making, practicing Banyumas traditional dance, Lengger dance, playing Javanese traditional music, gamelan, and many more. There have been many foreign students who have participated and experienced remarkable, wonderful study life in UMP. They have proven that UMP is capable of giving foremost education and providing Indonesian culture courses all at once. Through international affair offices offered substantial programs, all possibilities for everyone to come and study at UMP are possible. Numerous intriguing programs are provided to enhance students' hard skills and soft skills during the study period, as UMP commits to be a world-class university to educate the nation's life. Approximately, the foreign students of UMP come from 24 countries spread all around the world, who trust us to provide a great study period. So, want to be part of the unforgettable study experience and cultural life at UMP? By choosing UMP as your studying, learning, and growing place, we guarantee you will receive a pleasant impression with subtle offered academic and non-academic programs, supported by all of the campus components to complete everything you need. With a great team from the International Affairs Office of UMP comes great possibilities. UMP.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahruddin Didap sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris dan penggunaannya dalam komunikasi sehari-hari dan di dunia kerja. Keunggulan program studi sastra Inggris UMP adalah digital translation, di mana kalian bisa membuat karya penerjemahan digital. Lulusan sastra Inggris dapat bekerja di berbagai bidang seperti penerjemah, guru, dosen, penulis, diplomat, staf Kementerian Dalam dan Luar Negeri serta kedutaan, jurnalis, newsreader, dan bidang-bidang lainnya yang mengandalkan kompetensi bahasa internasional. Apabila kalian tertarik, mari bergabung bersama kami di program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Purwokerto, a beautiful city with all its magnificent treasures. Located in the west part of central Java, Purwokerto provides affordable mobility access and convenient services to ease your accommodation. As the main icon of Banyumas region, Purwokerto holds an enormous worth of culture and heritage preserved by the people for centuries. Surrounded by the scenery of Mount Slamet foothill, Purwokerto presents its incredible nature within its uncountable tourism sites. This is also the place where our university was established. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. It was previously a teacher training college founded on April 5, 1965. UMP has become one of the great Muhammadiyah universities to bring prodigious opportunities for everyone around the world to study, experience culture life, and achieve success in the future. UMP will guarantee you to receive the best education, providing various program studies to a diverse degree. By doing so, we present you with the best educators and qualified staff to support the academic and non-academic affairs during your study period. We also have opened international class for several undergraduate study programs, as well as master degree programs that have been internationalized, as this is in harmony with UMP's long-term target to be more global and recognized worldwide. Besides the grandiose building and fascinating spots, there are some facilities to make your study experience in UMP such great value, such as mosque with a comfortable atmosphere so that our prayers are more solemn, UMP clinics for taking care of community's health, UMP library with friendly and nice services so that students can get the most comfortable space for reading and doing group studies. Moreover, we have a special complex consisting of the cafe, coconut research center, and dormitories for students living. In UMP, there are more particular non-degree courses such as summer course and winter course for international students who are interested in learning Indonesian heritage and culture. For example, batik making, practicing Banyumas traditional dance, Lengger dance, playing Javanese traditional music, gamelan, and many more. There have been many foreign students who have participated and experienced remarkable, wonderful study life in UMP. They have proven that UMP is capable of giving foremost education and providing Indonesian culture courses all at once. Through international affair offices offered substantial programs, all possibilities for everyone to come and study at UMP are possible. Numerous intriguing programs are provided to enhance students' hard skills and soft skills during the study period, as UMP commits to be a world-class university to educate the nation's life. Approximately, the foreign students of UMP come from 24 countries spread all around the world, who trust us to provide a great study period. So, want to be part of the unforgettable study experience and cultural life at UMP? By choosing UMP as your studying, learning, and growing place, we guarantee you will receive a pleasant impression with subtle offered academic and non-academic programs, supported by all of the campus components to complete everything you need. With a great team from the International Affairs Office of UMP comes great possibilities. UMP.
Sinar mentari menelisik di antara tenangnya pagi, membawa langkahku menuju salah satu kampus terbaik di kota Satria. Iya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For your information nih guys, kesan pertama yang kita rasakan tuh, nih kampus keren abis. Sebagai pengunjung dan penikmat, kita rasa kampus ini berupaya buat bikin lokasi belajar yang bukan hanya strategis, tapi nyaman buat penghuninya. Banyak fasilitas yang bakal kalian lihat di sini. Ada gedung perkuliahan, masjid, lapangan olahraga, taman air yang kece buat dijadikan spot foto, Tower Kiai Haji A.R. Fahrudin yang didap sebagai bangunan tertinggi di kota Purwokerto, dan laboratorium pembibitan kelapa kopior dengan sistem kultur jaringan. Bahagia adalah keharusan, dan kita rasa setiap orang yang berkunjung atau menetap di sini bakal merasakan hal yang sama. Kuliah rasa liburan, ya UMP jawabannya. Nggak percaya? Kita kasih 3 kata deh, datang dan buktikan.
Yes, I am a dream too. Yes, I am a dream too.
Memiliki akreditasi baik sekali, program studi sastra Inggris terus berkembang menjadi yang terbaik sebagai program studi yang islami dan unggul bagi para lulusannya. Dengan memilih program studi sastra Inggris, kalian bisa mempelajari lebih dalam tentang bahasa Inggris dan penggunaannya dalam komunikasi sehari-hari dan di dunia kerja. Keunggulan program studi sastra Inggris UMP adalah digital translation, di mana kalian bisa membuat karya penerjemahan digital. Lulusan sastra Inggris dapat bekerja di berbagai bidang seperti penerjemah, guru, dosen, penulis, diplomat, staf Kementerian Dalam dan Luar Negeri serta kedutaan, jurnalis, newsreader, dan bidang-bidang lainnya yang mengandalkan kompetensi bahasa internasional. Apabila kalian tertarik, mari bergabung bersama kami di program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Purwokerto, a beautiful city with all its magnificent treasures. Located in the west part of central Java, Purwokerto provides affordable mobility access and convenient services to ease your accommodation. As the main icon of Banyumas region, Purwokerto holds an enormous worth of culture and heritage preserved by the people for centuries. Surrounded by the scenery of Mount Slamet foothill, Purwokerto presents its incredible nature within its uncountable tourism sites. This is also the place where our university was established. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. It was previously a teacher training college founded on April 5, 1965. UMP has become one of the great Muhammadiyah universities to bring prodigious opportunities for everyone around the world to study, experience culture life, and achieve success in the future. UMP will guarantee you to receive the best education, providing various program studies to a diverse degree. By doing so, we present you with the best educators and qualified staff to support the academic and non-academic affairs during your study period. We also have opened international class for several undergraduate study programs, as well as master degree programs that have been internationalized, as this is in harmony with UMP's long-term target to be more global.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and thank you very much for joining. The seminar has 2 plenary sessions, and we are now entering to the first session that will be guided by Mr. Chandra Noor Alim, PhD. Mr. Chandra Noor Alim, the time is all yours.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just can't unmute myself, and thank you for the committee who have unmuted myself. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to be here, to be your moderator. So please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chandra Noor Alim, and I'm the lecturer at the Faculty of Communication Sciences, Social Sciences and Communication, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. For the second session, so we have a very 2 great presenters. The first is Darin Tanef, Professor Darin Tanef. How are you, Darin? Professor Darin, are you fine today? And second one is Professor Rolinda Sadornas Castro from MMSU Mariano Marcos State University of the Philippines. Okay, so before we start, I would like to inform to all the audience about the curriculum vitae of Darin Vainov Tanef. So the full name is Darin Vainov Tanef. Now he belongs to the University of St. Clement Ohridsky in Bulgaria, and he is affiliated with the Faculty of Slavic Studies, Literary Theory Department. And he has so many professional experiences since 2014. He is the associate professor at the literary theory departments, University of Sofia. Associate professor at the Sociology and Human Science Department, University of Plovdiv. And from 2006 to 2014, he was the master assistant in literary theory at the University of Sofia. And there are many more professional experiences that I could not read all of them. And also he has so many experience to be the guest lecturers in some of university, including here, the university in Japan, Tokyo University, and then Bernard College in New York, and also Università Sucon, Slavis Institute, and Università Ca' Foscari, Venezia. In terms of his education, Mr. Darin has completed his PhD in literary theory at the University of Sofia. And then during 2004 up to 2006, he was the researcher at the Tokyo University, Manbuka Kosuko Scholarship. And in terms of the publication, there are so many publications, and it will take so long times for me to read all of them. So in short, we can assume that today we are learning from the expert from Bulgaria. Probably I would like to allocate the first occasions for our first speaker to Mr. Darin Vainov-Tenev. He is going to speak about the model inclinations in the metaverse literature, and he will be explaining or presenting about one of the problems that literature faces in the age of the metaverse. And then he will focus particularly on the way in which the developments of the metaverse affect the modalities of the literary works and what follows from that. And he will also propose a theoretical model of thinking the change in the use of modalities in literature as a result of the invention of the metaverse. And also then we are going to hear about how a literature should react to the metaverse. And he will also talk about the metaverse, especially in fictional works, and then to explains about the shift, the huge shifts that happens to the literature due to the metaverse. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor Darin to present your material for the next 30 minutes. Time is yours. Please welcome Professor Darin.
Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the University Muhammadiyah Purwokerto for the opportunity, and in particular Titik Wahyuningsih for this wonderful opportunity. I will talk about modalities, about model inclinations. But before starting, I have to say, in the morning I had some problems with my internet connection. I hope it will be okay now, but please give me a sign if you don't hear what I say. And also, can I share a screen? Can I share my presentation?
Yes, surely, Darin. You can share your presentation.
Okay, do you see it now?
Yes, we can see it.
Great. My talk, in fact, will take up several lines of thought that we heard in the wonderful presentation this morning by Pak Budi. And I want you to recall how the place of the character today becomes more important. place of literary characters in the fictional worlds in order for us to feel empathy and so on. Let me start my talk. What becomes impossible today? What becomes forbidden, and what is obligations? What drives the desire? And how do we perceive all these transformations? How do they change our epistemic premises? What can we think about the worlds we inhabit? And what will be the place of literature, and what we still call literature in all this? Parallel to the growing ecological crisis in which the living earth is at stake, there is another epochal change, the creation of alternative virtual ecosystems that reflect and prolong reality and at the same time put it in brackets. These virtual labor and leisure, production.
We are so sorry. It seems that we lost connections from Bulgaria. Is that right? This is what happened to all the participants. Let me know if you have also the same problems that we lost connection with Darin. Hello. MC, can you hear me? Do we lost connection with Darin?
We can hear you, but your
Okay,
voice.
so it seems that we lost connection. Yeah. So probably Professor Darin has the technical problems with the connection, so we lost him for a moment. Okay, well, I think that while we are waiting Professor Darin to recover his connection, probably you can just read the material that has been distributed by the committees of Professor Darin's presentation. Yeah. He is talking about the model inclinations in the metaverse literature. While you're reading for his material, probably if you find out that there are some issues or maybe some explanations in that material that you want to clarify, you can then later on ask directly, and also you can also write down on the chat room. Okay, thankfully, we have recovered the connections with Professor Darin. Professor Darin, can you listen to me now? Yes. Okay, yes, please continue.
Yeah, I can hear now. Sorry for this.
It's okay, no problem.
It's the rainy season. Yeah, it's the rainy season in Japan, and the internet connection is not very good. I'm sorry. So I will focus on the way in which the development of the metaverse affects the modalities of the literary works. I'm going to talk from the perspective of literary theory, which means that I won't discuss particular works. Now, the metaverse, I'll try to share again my screen. I hope everything will be okay with the connection this time. The metaverse can be defined as a combination of real and virtual space, which uses augmented, virtual, and extended reality in order to create an immersive, multifaceted experience in which social, economic, communicational, creative, and entertainment aspects are entangled. It gives users the freedom to create their own activities, to participate in various virtual events, the freedom to buy virtual items using cryptocurrency or real money. Now, this definition is ambiguous, and it is ambivalent to the extent that while at first the term metaverse was used for the immersion in a 3D virtual world, in the last years, it started designating also a certain overlap between virtual and physical reality, becoming associated with the next internet era, the so-called Web 3.0. A good example for the first use of the term can be given with platforms like Linden Labs' Second Life, launched in 2003, where one can lead an alternative virtual life. As it is well known, and as you heard in the paper this morning, the very term metaverse was coined by Neil Stephenson in his 1992 novel Snow Crash, where it represented precisely a fictional virtual world. Later, with novels like Ernest Cline's Ready Player One, published in 2011, and its subsequent film adaptation introduced the virtual world Oasis was introduced, and it is often pointed as a more developed version for the metaverse, one that in fact predicts the direction in which it will evolve. However, as my colleague from University of Sofia, Nikolai Genov, virtual realities can be traced back in literature, at least to Stanisław Lem's conception of phantomology. It is worth noting that, as is most often the case, literature and literary thinking has outlined in advance the lines of progress of the virtual realities and has pointed the chances and the risks all this entails. The best example for the second, more generalized use of the term metaverse is Facebook's transition to Meta Street. Meta's impact is not negligible. The overlapping between the virtual and the physical reality, enhanced by augmented and extended realities, opened up new horizons for investment and interaction between currencies from both worlds. The stake is no longer in designing and selling virtual sneakers or organizing a virtual concert of real singers, but in introducing the virtual world in the physical one. The Grayscale report on the metaverse states that, and I quote, Web 3.0 crypto metaverses are emerging market virtual world economies with a continually developing complex mix of digital goods, services, and assets that generates real-world value for users, end quote. And the Grayscale report argues that the shift to the metaverse of companies like Facebook or the gaming industry would change the total market cap of the metaverse and completely alter the way internet economy exists. What seems to me of great importance is that in both uses of the metaverse, which I provisionally distinguished here, the stress is on the so-called freedom of the users who can build, create, innovate, and do whatever they want in this bigger world. Literature can react in several, sometimes mutually exclusive, sometimes compatible ways to the coming age of the metaverse. It can pretend it is not important, that it is not there, it can ignore it, or it can turn it into a theme, write about it, explore it, attempt to foresee the ways it will evolve, and trace the trail of nostalgias this evolvement will produce. Or it can use it as a medium for works, old and new, that will be read in a new digital environment. Or it can resist it, fight against the metaverse, not by ignoring it, but by engaging with it, criticizing it, searching for alternatives, virtual or not. It can try to show the place of the metaverse in a bigger picture, taking into account the ecological problems, the appearance of new inequalities, attentive to those who do not and cannot have access to the virtual ecosystems, and those who are marginalized within them, describing a new mental scenery and a new mental issue, but also a new understanding of materiality and resistance. What can literary theoretician do? What can a literary scholar do? The literary scholar can study works which thematize the metaverse phenomenon, like Klein's Ready Player One or like literary scholar can discuss the interaction between machines and humans. It presupposes video games being an important part of this interaction, and describe the predicament of the way the human is defined in the present day. One can also study the literature written within the metaverse. That would be a step beyond Facebook poetry or Twitter's short stories, as a prolongation and transformation of the internet literature in the digital age. Such research would focus on the metaverse as a theme or as a medium.
It seems that we lost him again, this time for the second time. Okay, so while waiting for Professor Darin to recover or restore the connections, probably if you have any questions so far, you can type down your question in the chat room. Or if you would like to speak directly later on, we will give the special times for Q&A after the second presenter. You can directly ask your questions to Professor Darin. Okay, we have regained the connections with Professor Darin. Please, you can continue your presentation.
I'm here again. Sorry, I'm so sorry, guys.
It's okay, no problem.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys, for this. Okay, let me get back to my presentation. Now, before going on, I want to tell you a story. Do you see the presentation now?
Yes, we can see it.
If you see the presentation, you'll see two pictures. These are pictures of my son.
Not yet. We haven't. Sorry, we haven't seen the picture of your son.
So we went to Hiratsuka in Japan. There was
okay, so it
yeah, I think I'm sharing it right now. At least it's on my screen.
Yeah, okay. And now we got the picture of your son.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. So you can't see the picture of my son's.
Right? Yes, we can see the picture of your sons here.
Well,
yeah.
Okay.
Check. Hello.
Okay.
It's okay. Yes, we can see the picture now.
Vision. There was. Yes, this is a virtual reality experience called precisely the. Okay, so this is the metaverse experience. There was a huge sign saying "enclosed with joystick-like functions." I watched on a monitor in 2D what he was. So I think I'm back, but
yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I think I'll skip the presentation. Yeah. I'll skip the presentation. I'll just talk because it may be one of the reasons why the connection is so weak. I don't know. So we got there, and he went to this virtual reality. He was creating objects, drawing them. There were other kids and adults in the same space. They were building a world. There was nothing specific to do, just be there, try out what it is to be in such a virtual space. The thing is, that this is the case not only with expositions advertising a product, but this is the case in general. In the metaverse, whether limited to virtual reality or open to the mixed reality, there is nothing in particular you should do. You have to do. There are no missions to fulfill, no quests to achieve, no rewards to strive forward, and so on. You can build, communicate, buy, sell, you can travel, but you can do that, but you don't have to. So this a first modality can be pointed, the modality of the possible. The metaverse is an experience, a different experience of the possible. The possibilities opened up by the metaverse are not predetermined in the most of in the way most of the old video games are usually presenting you with a fixed choice between options provided by the game designers. Even in open world games like No Man's Sky or but even when they're completely immersed into the metaverse, they have immersed, which means, and I will try to stress this out, it was underlined in my presentation, that the metaverse presupposes the coexistence of several parallel realities, right? So not only there are several realities, but there are possible transitions between them. So we have to have access from one reality to another. From a modern point of view, this no necessity that is stretching from one world to the next, which means that no law, physical or other, is valid in all the realities. So necessity, possibility, impossibility, contingency, these are what usually is called alethic modalities or modalities of the truth. And in fact, what happens with the metaverse in the context of the discussion of alethic modalities is neither new nor surprising for anyone who has studied fictional worlds. Just like entirely applicable to fictional worlds, which are incomplete, self-contradictory, heterogeneous, so the metaverse worlds can be mutually incompatible, contradictory, unfinished. In this sense, it can be argued that the metaverse presents us, and here is a strong point I want to make. The metaverse of fictional worlds. The metaverse presents us with a generalization of the model structure of fictional worlds. The potentiality of fiction, non-predetermined, open, border crossing, have been providing all the model alterations, all the transformations of alethic modalities that we see in the metaverse. This was also something that Budi pointed at the beginning. And here's the crucial point. Here is what I want to stress. Literature is never just about world formation. It is never just about fictional worlds. If we go setting, because of these interruptions, I think I don't have much time. I'll try to be as brief as possible. So apart from the possibility of the fictional world, there are other potentialities of literature. One I would call narrative possibility, which is the possibility of the story. And you see, the story, unlike the fictional world, has a beginning, has an end, and it ends after a certain number of moves, after certain events and actions. It can go on no longer. So the story can end, and it has the possibility, a something that gets exhausted along the way. The possibility something that gets exhausted. In the case of fictional setting, nor it is the case of characters. A character can go not only from one story to another, but can go from one world to another. Let me give you an example. If you think of Sherlock Holmes, there is a story with Sherlock Holmes. The story ends, but the Sherlock Holmes goes on to another story. Or even better, Sherlock Holmes can go to another world. For example, Sherlock Holmes can enter the universe of Howard P. Lovecraft, the Cthulhu world, as in the books by James Lovegrove. In this sense, one can distinguish a character possibility that is different than the narrative one. So, three possibilities we see in literature: the possibility of fiction, narrative is character. Now, video games give striking evidence for this autonomy of the potency of the potentiality of the character. In many of the RPG games, the players have to develop the character by going on difficult quests, fulfilling side missions, and so on. And one can get to the next level following different storylines. This means that the story is not what defines the character. What is important is that the character becomes stronger in this, while the story itself comes to an end, the particular storyline. Now let me get back to the question of narrative. We have narrative possibility, but what actually this narrative possibility includes is what holds the story together, the backbone of the story. And it is the glue that holds the story together is modally defined. It consists of modalities like possibility, of course, but also desire. I want to, somebody wants somebody to do something, or obligation and duty. Now, according to a theory developed by two Bulgarian scholars in the 60s and the 70s, and in particular by Christo Todorov, these modalities, ability, desire, and obligation, pouvoir, vouloir, and devoir, they wrote about French language, so everything is in French. But these modalities define the progress of the story, define the direction of the story. Christo Todorov talked about force of actualization or force of integration. And when you have obligation, you have to do, the character has to do something. Then there is a clear-cut defining direction of the story. Unlike these modalities like the epistemic and affective and perceptive modalities like I see, I understand, and so on, do not glue the story together for Christo Todorov. So from the perspective I'm proposing here, this modalities are what structures the narrative possibility and gives it a direction. A story can end and the narrative possibly can be exhausted when the desire is satisfied or when the duty is carried out. To rephrase this, it is precisely because of the way desire and obligation function in narrative that the story can end. Let me get back to the metaverse and outline the huge transformation it brings to the role of modalities in literature. It is not by chance that I put the stress on the narrative possibility and the narrative modalities. In literary fiction, the story, as we say, goes somewhere. It has direction. Now with the metaverse, a very different tendency becomes more and more visible. We see a shift away from narrative possibilities. which means no more, no less than the fact that the story has no particular place in the metaverse. The stress on what one can see, hear, touch, feel in the metaverse is a stress on transmodalities like perceptive and affective modalities that cannot hold a story together. Now, in the metaverse, I want to point again, you don't have to do anything, and there is no direction. But the shift away from narrative possibility can be seen most clearly in the taking away of the modality that integrates most tightly a narrative to a direction. And this is the obligation, the duty. In the case of desire, of course, there is desire, but it is the desire of the subject who enters the metaverse.
So
and
sorry,
not
Professor, you
a
have
desire.
2 minutes remaining.
Okay, I will finish. I wrap it up.
Yeah. Thank you.
So desire is not within the world, but outside the world, and is not bound to the story. And finally, this means that the shift away from narrative possibilities is a shift to character possibilities. Now, the metaverse allows us to translate narrative to character possibilities, but the possibility is no longer a possibility that gets exhausted, but rather it is a growing power. And literature can act in different ways. I don't have the time to lay out all this. I'll just read my final paragraph. If I started with the fictional worlds, it is because usually in talks about the metaverse, the stress is on the world formation and the freedom and possibilities it gives the users. What I argue here is that the important model shift happens elsewhere, as a shift from narrative to character modalities. And this triggers a crucial redefinition in the way possibility works, no longer as a narrative possibility for the development of the story that gets exhausted after a certain number of moves, but as a potency, a power that grows, a will to power, if you will. This is scary, of course. A power that grows without a limit, a power that does not get exhausted, but keeps on increasing, searching for ever new directions to move and grow stronger. And I would end with a question. Is literature also getting stronger with this shift? Or is it losing its more and more? Thank you for your attention. And again, sorry for the awful internet connection.
It's okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Darin, for your nice presentation. It's really comprehensive to give us better insights about the model inclinations in the metaverse literature. So from Professor Darin's presentation, we can highlight some points. First, actually, there is a very huge shift in terms of modality in literature, especially it's moving from the narrative modality to the narrative possibility to the characters. Yeah, so it also offers a very great chance for the literature to take its new shape. And it's really interesting to highlight your last statement here, Professor. Taking into account about the developments of the metaverse in which the users will get their own freedom to decide. So it seems that there are two possibilities actually, whether the literature will be getting stronger with a shift, or literature will lose its more and more power. So I think this is very nice closing statements that I'm sure all of the audience here will be curious to explore more about your last statement. Thank you again. And ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the second speaker for this sessions. We'll have Professor Linda Sadornas Castro from Mariano Marcos State University. Magandang hapon, Professor.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Magandang hapon sa iyo, sir.
Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I would like to read the highlight of Professor Rolinda's curriculum vitae. Okay, She is now the professor at the Mariana Marcos State University, affiliated with the College of Arts and Sciences, departments of language and literature. She is also the administers and facilitates classes in word literature, purposive communication, humanities, and business communication to the students of various bachelor degree programs offered by the university. And she also has the obligation to assess and evaluate progress of the students, guides and direct graduating students in their thesis, and so many other professional jobs and responsibilities. And now, in terms of his work experience, from November 2004 up to the January 2006, Professor Rolanda is the college professor at the Northwestern University, College of Art and Science in Ilocos Norte, Philippines. She taught word literature and business communication to various degree programs offered by the university, evaluated progress of the students, administer exams, and monitor students' records, and also guide the students in their thesis. So I think the times will not be enough yet to read all the great achievements from Professor Rolinda Sadurnas Castro. Yeah. Okay. And now today, she is going to present his topics with the title of Enriching Students' Literary Appreciation through Technology Integration. So without any further ado, please give a round of applause and please welcome Professor Rolinda Sadurnas Castro.
Thank you very much for that good presentation. Anyway, a very simple one. So good afternoon, everybody, especially those who are joining online, fellow students, as well as mentors from different countries. So this afternoon, I would like to share to you how are we going to enrich students' literary appreciation through integration of technology, because as we all know, our students now are immersed in the vast advancement and developments of technology. It's actually just at the tip of their fingers. Okay, so I would like to share to you my PowerPoint presentation. I hope you can see the slides.
Yes, Prof,
perfectly.
you can see it clearly. Yes, we can see it clearly.
Okay. For a while, I just have to move something. Okay. So basically, the presentation that I will be having this afternoon has something to do with, of course, the importance of literature. And then second would be the benefits that we can get from incorporating or integrating technology in our classroom, particularly in our literature classes. And then the third one, of course, I provided some technological tools in order for students to enrich their participation, as well as their to induce also their literary appreciation in the different readings they will undergo whenever they have their literature classes. So basically, when we talk about literature, what comes into our mind are the written works, okay, of these various notable writers. So when we talk of literature, this has something to be something superior or with lasting artistic merit. Although there are several writings that we come across, but there are literary pieces that they really they are really retained in our mind. So when we talk of literature, they are referred to as something imaginative or creative writing, which is recognized of artistic value. Now, there are a vast there is actually a vast reason why literature serves as a gateway to everybody, particularly to our students. First thing is it expands their horizon. They come to know a lot of things. They are involved in several tasks and the like. Another one is that it serves as a gateway to uncover time. So it's not only dealing with what has been done, the present, but particularly what is going to happen. So those are the things that the students try to uncover as they read literary pieces. Another one is we come across, or students come across, with various characters, wherein it reflects the various characters of what a human being is. So a lot of it. It could be someone else that you can depend on, or it could be a character that is a good friend, or someone else that always shows sympathy and the like. So there are actually several kinds of characters. So we try to distinguish them as we read literature or these literary pieces. One more thing is that various themes are provided in literary pieces. So it talks about love, family, friendship, fear, it could be courage and the like. So various. It's really a vast avenue for students to find out what are these many themes and great ideas that they can come across with whenever they have literary classes. Now, one thing more that is very important in literature is the appreciation of other culture. So it's not only limited to the culture to which the students belong, but also to other cultures as well. So Southeast Asian, the Western culture, the other European cultures, and the like. But most especially when we study literature or appreciate these literary pieces, we try to understand ourselves as well as others. Okay? We do not just limit ourselves considering just ourselves, but we try to have empathy, we try to have understanding. So we learn more of what human being is. So that's the very good thing of studying these various literary pieces. And fostering literary appreciation, the students are really involved in reading in between the lines. They understand human nature. They try to read the inner thoughts as well as the emotions, and particularly they come to know the culture, especially if that literary piece is written by another culture. So it could be from America, from Europe, or the other parts of the globe. Now, why is it then that we have to use technology in our literature classes? Like what I've said in the first lines a while ago, our students these days, or this generation, this era, it's only in their fingertips. At the click of a button, they can already get a lot of information. But of course, the young ones, let's not forget, they have to be supervised, because anything can just pop out. Anything can just be retrieved from the internet, or what we call the information superhighway. So according to Dr. Lazar of Serbia, The role of technology serves as a tutor. It serves as a teaching tool, and then it serves as a learning tool. So when is the time that technology serves as a tutor? That's the time when it provides support to the teacher, especially if the teacher has able to program a particular lesson, or it could be a platform. So it tries to support how he will be able to disseminate the lesson properly to the students. Okay, so they may come in the form of radio programs, television programs, videos, or online educational programs, and the like. What about if the role of technology can be also a teaching tool? Okay, when we talk of technology as a teaching tool, it tries now to lighten the work of the teacher or the mentor, even to the students, So a better technology is being developed. A better technology is being used in order that students would be able to understand well what is being disseminated in class, or in a literature class particularly. So they may come in the form of PowerPoint presentations, or it could be slideshow. They may be in the form of videos and the like. There are actually accessible videos like that in YouTube and other platforms, or other information, what do you call this, information technologies that can offer. Okay, now it's also a learning tool. One role of technology, according to Dr. Stosis of Serbia, the role of it is it serves as a learning tool. So when it becomes a learning tool, there is now the effectivity of the technology being used. So it becomes very easy, and the assimilation of learning becomes light and easy to students, and it can be very effective. Students are able to produce learning outcomes that they can apply probably in their other subject areas, or they can apply it in their everyday life. So they may come in the form of digital stories. Okay, they may come in the form of digital stories. They may be in the form of animation, or it could be podcast, or audio recording, what else? Graphic designs and the like. Another thing that we have to keep in mind, why do we need to use technology in our class, is that there is the combination of play and learn. So it stimulates fun to the learners, even to the teachers as well. So there is a sustained engagement among the learners as well as the teacher. So using technology to provide play as well as learning, the students are allowed, they are allowed to do various tasks. So there is the retention in their memory, new concepts and ideas. And this can be done through live streaming or videos online and the like. Okay. Another thing is that it encourages students' interest. They are very much interested to find out what it is, especially if there is the involvement of technology. Like what I've said, all students now, whether kids and adults, young adults, it's just at the tip of their finger. So it cultivates what we call involvement whenever they use technology. Next thing is there is what we call the sense of independency. Okay, sense of being alone when they use technology. They learn at their own pace. We should remember that we had experienced the pandemic, so several students try to learn at their own pace. So with the use and with the help of this technology, various forms of technological tools inside the classroom, students are able to catch up of what is being taught in the classroom. Okay, that's why like in our university, we have provided them a platform wherein all students can access it, teachers as well, and then we provide them instructional materials or reading materials and the like, so that learners are able to catch up with what is being discussed in class online. So they experience to learn at their own pace, experience a sense of independence. One thing more why we need to include technology in our classroom, particularly in literature class, as we have to, it improves communication skills. Let's not forget that the impact of technology in communication is so vast. It's so unlimited. There are a lot of avenues, a lot of means to consider in order that the communication process, whether it is written or whether it is oral, it becomes so easy. It's so easy. In our language, we call it madali siya. Madali. Napakadali. So that's one. And let's not forget that improving the communication skills of students, not only students, but also mentors like us. So nowadays, there are a lot of forms of technological tools to speed up communication, whether it is writing, whether it is in listening, or using all or addressing all the four macro skills: reading, writing, speaking, and listening. Okay, so it becomes very handy for anybody else, for our students. So it facilitates what we call smooth communication among other people, among themselves, among the students, and of course when we try to communicate with others as well. Now, one more thing that we have to consider if we are integrating technology in our class is that it assists better understanding. Keep in mind that not all students have the same intellectual ability. Everyone is endowed with intellect, but we differ on how we try to assimilate. There may be fast learners, there may be slow-paced, or could be just an average learners or average pacing of learning. So with the help of technology, students are able to listen, they are able to find out this and that until such time that they are able to understand what is being talked about. So that is something that we should look into, especially the mentors or teachers, that it may be true that we are using technology in our class and then we just assume that everybody knows about it. Keep in mind that not all learners have the same capabilities. Other learners may have already come across, they may already came across with that platform, with that technology. So sometimes they will skip it. Others, they are curious about it, so they have to find out. They have to think about it or try to discover. They try to discover until such time that they are able to understand. Okay. Now, what are these various technological tools that we can use in our literature classes? Commonly we use a lot of this technology in our class. We have different platforms. There is the social media as well, and the students are also they can also upload their works. They can upload their works through in the form of videos and the like, or it could be a blog, or it could be a video and online. Okay. I have selected five technological tools that students and teachers can use it in their literature classes. We should keep in mind that when we are having literature class, interaction is very necessary. Interaction is very necessary if we are in a literature class. We have what we call the first technological tool that I would like to share you is this a feed-based tool, which is known as the Campus Note. By the way, class, I only choose. By the way, fellow mentors as well as students. I'm sorry, I was thinking that I was already inside the classroom. That's why I address students. I only choose five, but actually there are so many. I only choose these five technological tools that somehow we try to what do you call this? Don't give too much attention to it. But these are helpful tool for us in teaching as well as in assimilating learning. So we have the Campus Note. This is actually building a community in a class. There is we try to build a community in a class. So when we say community in a class, there is interaction between the students as well as educators or their teacher. So this is actually designed to allow students to collaborate. They try to collaborate. So they have their social virtual presence as they are studying a particular or taking up a particular literary piece. Okay, so that is what we call the Campus Note. Of course, like what I've said, students and mentors, you can actually look into this. It's easy. It's also in the tip of our fingers. Just click of a button, and then how to go about it. How to go about the Campus Note. Then everything is given to you. Okay. Next is we have what we call the virtual reality learning. This has been talked about this morning in the morning session ago, this morning, about virtual reality, about metaverse, this is a kind of learning wherein students are engaged. They are being brought into that particular time or space, as if they can hold on to it. It's just like what the first speaker a while ago mentioned about virtual reality. So when we talk of virtual reality, there is a created entire digital environment. It's a digital environment encompassing a 360 degrees experience. Okay, so it feels like real for students. So if we try to discuss a literary piece, something about like, for example, the travels of Marco Polo, or probably the literary piece, like, for example, the diary of Anne Frank, what was actually the time when, what was really the environment during the time of Hitler or Second World War II. So we can bring our students there. We provide them this type of virtual reality learning. Okay. There is what we call ThingLink. It's a virtual reality by ThingLink, bringing students to a new level of understanding what is being discussed in the lesson, in the class. Again, the students would experience a 360 experience of, it could be a place, it could be other pictures. They may upload the videos, music, and the like. It's a free online platform that allows interactive videos and labels for students. Okay. Next thing that we have to consider as another tool is what we call the Wakelet. The Wakelet. This is actually a digital curation tool. So you try to collate online resources and then put them in one place. Okay, put them in one place. So it involves the process of selecting, organizing, and the like, so that the thing that the presentation that we want to provide to our students are more real. Okay. These technologies are technological tools are so what do you call this? It's easy to follow. They provide
Sorry,
they provide
Professor,
the guidelines.
you have 2 minutes left.
Okay, let me have the last one.
Yep.
Last two. We also
Thank
have
you.
the Cresa. We also have the Cresa tool. It contains creative tools. You have the Mindomo, the audio editor. They also have a cartoonist and the video editor, which you can find it in that technological tool that the students can able to work with the other topics. They can make presentations, comic strips, and the like, or even movies online. And the last one is the peer grade. Peer grade is used to provide feedback sessions with students. So these are actually the technological tools that we can use and assist us as well as the students in their learning, especially literary pieces, or particularly in their literature classroom. Thank you very much. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Professor. That's very insightful presentations about how we should enrich students' literary appreciation by using the technology integration. I'm sure that most of the participants here are curious to know more about your experience with workings on the metaverse technology in the teachings of literary. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, now we come to the Q&A sessions, and we have around 15 up to 20 minutes for the discussion. However, maybe before we start the discussion, I would like to highlight some of the points that has been given by our presenters today. Previously, Professor Darin Tenev, he was talking about the way in which the developments of metaverse affects the modalities of the literary works, particularly in fiction, and what follows from that. So Professor Darin argued that literature is never just about word formations, but it's never just about fictional words. In this sense, it can be argued that metaverse present us with a generalization of the model structure of fictional words. Therefore, he believes that literature in the age of metaverse is affected precisely by the model shift fictional literature especially is stricken by a powerful withdrawal from the narrative possibility. So therefore, as the final conclusion, Professor Darin argued that what is the most important things that happens in the metaverse, especially in the world of literature, is there is a very important modal shift that happens elsewhere. A shift from the narrative to the character modalities, and this shift triggers a crucial redefinitions in the way the possibility work. So in the modality shift, the possibility of a story in the metaverse era can no longer be exhausted based on the story inner logic. And at the end of the presentation, Professor Darin raised a very important and nice issues to discuss whether literature will be stronger within this shift or it will lose its power. So this is the highlight from Professor Darin, and then the highlights from Professor Rolinda. She is talking about the importance of literature, the roles of literature actually for our students. So it has so many benefits for our students. It can be the gateway to expand the students' horizons, so students can know some character of people, learn various themes provided, and fostering literary appreciation, therefore, is a very crucial thing to do. And here, metaverse come as an alternative, how to empower students and reach students, how to have better appreciations to the literary work. Because especially Professor Rolinda highlight about the functions of technology as a tutor, as a teaching tool, and also as a learning tool. And then when we talk about the IT and literature teaching and learnings, of course, we can get some advantages of the IT as it provides the students with a very specific pace, because students can learn at their own pace, and also to grow the sense of independence and as a student for have a better understanding. So hopefully this highlight will remind you with the points of discussion that have been clearly and amazingly presented by our two speakers today. So I would like to open this room for the audience. Please raise your hand if you want to ask directly to the speaker, or alternatively, you can also write down and type your questions on the chat room. Okay, so first we got the questions from Mr. Cristiano. I think that this question is for Professor Rolinda, is it right, Pak Chris? So the question is, what kind of interaction we can build in literary classes which potentially engaging our students with their different new world? I think this question is for Professor Rolinda. Okay, while we are waiting for the other questions, I would like to give the opportunity to Professor Rolinda to respond to these questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I forgot the name of who was that. Was that, sir? Cristiano.
Cristiano,
okay,
yeah, the question.
Actually, whatever will be the response of this question, it's basically addressed to everybody who is in the room right now, or in this virtual room. Yes. So, what kind of interaction is being built when we are using technology? With or without technology, when we are teaching literature, we try to build what we call a collaborative interaction among students. It's not only among the students, but also their teacher. There is the involvement of the teacher, but more so this time that they use technology. Almost everybody inside the classroom use technology. So if they are given a particular platform to use, or a technological tool that they are to use and come up with an outcome, we can have them grouped. We can have them grouped. Although they are working at their own pace, but still we are fostering what we call cooperation or the collaborative learning among our students. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, professors, for crystal clear answers for Pak's questions about what kind of interaction. Okay, and the second question, I think here we have already got the second questions through the chat room. This time is for Professor Darin. The question is from Ibu Nur. Yeah. Ibu Nur is asking to Mr. Darin here, regarding the emergence of the metaverse, it also contributes to the use of the proper theory and methodology in literary studies. Do you think that post-humanistic or even post-humanistic approach is proper, Professor Darin?
I must say it's a great question. Thank you, Nur Sastra. It's a really important question that puts in question the very theoretical tools we use when we think about the metaverse and we think about the literature in the metaverse era. And she asks if what is called post-humanism provides us with good enough tools, and I'm not sure how to answer that. I think to an extent what happened in post-humanist studies is important, but not enough. And I would say that probably we need to redefine some of our basic conceptual instruments in order to grasp better what is going on. And if you think about the first lecture today, you would have noticed the insistence on the human element there, right? It was Professor Budi was particularly stressing out the imagination as something particular to the human being. I'm not so certain if it will be the case in a metaverse world where you have AI kind of using its own non-human, non-thinkable for us imagination. And what would that mean? So post-humanism is important. But probably, and here I would refer to the work of my colleague Miglena Nikolchina, probably we need to rethink the human now in a different light than it was done. Where does the line defining the human and the difference between the human and the non-human passes now? Of course, it is always a line that traverses the human itself. Yeah, so it's not really an answer, but I would say just we need more theory. We need we do not have all the tools we need. We need to invent theories. We need to make our own theories. And I think this conference is a good example of how we should do that.
Yes, thank you, Professor. So it seems that you are saying that actually this is the room that we can maneuver and also to fulfill with the lack of the theories available now for analyzing the phenomena that happens in the literature within the metaverse era. Is that right, Professor?
Yes, exactly. And can I ask a question to Professor Rolinda Sadornos?
Oh yes, yeah, surely. Yeah, this is between two.
I wasn't sure because
you are free to ask each other. Okay, yeah, Professor Darin, please.
I was fascinated with your talk and particularly the last part of it. You had to cut it a bit, I think. But I was wondering, can you give us like an example of how some of these programs work, and I'm not familiar with Creaza, I don't know how it's pronounced.
Kriyaza.
And Creaza. So can you give us an example? How do we use it? For example, in a literary class. Let's say I'm teaching postmodern literature. I have a course on postmodern literature in the University of Sofia. So how do I use it? How do I operationalize it? What do I say to my students? I just found it online. It's fascinating. But
Okay. Kriyaza, this is actually free, but then of course students should have to log in. Okay, and this platform consists of 4 interactive tools, technological tools, 4 creative interactive tools. So we have the Mindomo, we also have the audio editor, a cartoonist, and the other one is the video editor. So when students wants to organize something like a collaborative outcome, collaborative project that they would like to present, they can actually include sound or music, or they can also edit. That's why it's called audio editor or video editor. If they don't like to use, like, for example, real pictures of the people, they can try to use cartoons, like, for example, bringing out characters in a literary piece. So it could be a very festering mother-in-law. So they try to create, so they become creative. So they try to choose now. And that's the good thing about technology. Students are given a lot of possibilities. They are given a lot of possibilities. They have something in mind. Probably it's not easy for them to just get a picture of someone else and then put it in their output project. So this is something that they are being allowed to discover through using of cartoonists, and then they try to edit the video. They could include music into it. They can also choose, I should say. They can also choose whatever sound or audio that they want to put in their project. Like what I've said a while back, all these 5 creative tools, technological tools that I had chosen to present, somehow they are not being used commonly, probably by some mentors. But as we try to discover these technological tools, they really provide fun to our learners, and not only to our learners, to us as well, mentors or teachers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Rolinda, for the answer. Okay, so you also mentioned in your presentation that the use of various technology tools is very important because it can improve the interactions between the students, right? And also to bring lessons to a new level by using the technology. So I think all the audience here will agree with me that sometimes maybe we can invite Professor Rolinda, especially for showing us or making any demonstration how to use those 5 tools in teaching literature. Do you agree with the ideas?
Yes, sir. Some other time.
Yeah, that's a good
If
idea. I
given the
think.
chance, if given
Yeah,
the chance
hopefully.
again, sir.
Yeah,
And by the way, sir,
yeah.
and for everybody, I would really like to thank our university, Mariano Marcos State University, for actually giving me the chance to participate in this international
Yeah.
literature seminar.
You
Thank
are
you very
welcome,
much.
Professor. You're welcome, because that's a great honor for me to have all of you here on this conference. And between UMP and MMSU are very close friends, and we have so many activities of collaboration between the university. Hopefully, in the future, we can still cooperate. Let's work. And also with Saint Clement Torresky University in Bulgaria. Right. Okay. Do we still have times for our question and answer sessions? Okay, please welcome for the next questioner. If you still have some issues to be addressed to our expert here, take this opportunity, this very rare opportunities, because we are directly learning from the expert. Yeah. Okay, probably have the last 3 minutes for ending the session, please. If not, so this is the last question for me. Am I allowed to have questions to Professor Darin actually? Yeah. So Professor, in your last statement, you were saying that actually the metaverse era will give the two opportunities for literature, whether it will get stronger with the shifts of the modality, or it will lose its power. So I would like to hear directly from you. What do you think about this? In which direction actually the literature will go within the metaverse era?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this question. I think the question I put myself at the end of my presentation is misleading. And the reason it is misleading is that it speaks in terms of power, and what is at stake for me, as I tried to show, is precisely in what sense do we understand, what sense we think power has, what does it mean? And power can be understood as a possibility that gets exhausted, or something that gets only grows, only gets stronger. So, so the very terms of the question are put into question by the metaverse. If my analysis is to an extent correct, then we would see probably whatever happens with literature, and it is not impossible that literature just dies. I think we will witness for a certain period of time, like let's say for the next 10 to 20 years, more focus on world formation. We see how this works in pop culture with, let's say, Marvel universe, or universes that go from one medium to another. So you have movies, games, TV series, comic books, and literature. Why not? But it will be just another component of this new type of universe that is being built. And in the universe, the stories will not be as important, and the characters will be important. And I think with the stress on the character and the potentiality of the character, what is happening is that we try to refuse to think our mortality. So we want to be immortal, and this is very obvious in recent pop culture. Like main protagonists refuse to die. So before, it was part of the story. The story goes in such a direction that at some point the the protagonist dies. Now it is no longer necessary because you can just change the world, or you can bring another setting and make the dead protagonist come back as a zombie or as a ghost, or to go back in time and revive. And you're not like, imagine what would happen to Anna Karenina. Maybe you know the story how Anna Karenina, mm, uh, how a reader of Tolstoy, a young woman, comes to Tolstoy and asks him, why did you kill Anna Karenina at the end of your novel? I was so sad that I cried all night. And he said, but come on, I cried as well, but there was no other way. Anna Karenina had to die. So with the shift we are witnessing, there is no longer such a necessity.
Yeah.
So Anna Karenina can be brought back to life anytime in just let's say somebody turned back the time and found a way to for her not to die, and then she lives on happily ever after, or at least happily until the next thing in the universe or universes she is living in. So I think this is what we are witnessing.
That's excellent. Thank you, Professor. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we come to the end of the sessions. Again, I would like to thanks for our wonderful presenters, Professor Darin Tenef and also Professor Linda Sadornas from MMSU, the Philippines, and also for the audience who participating in these events. Hopefully, it will give us more benefits and give us new insights about the literature in the metaverse era. I would like to apologize for all the inconveniences during the sessions, and I will pass it back again to the MC. See you next time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye. Let's give a round of applause to our presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Darin and Professor Rolinda, for the great and very insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome now the second or the last plenary session that will be guided by Mrs. Fitri Rahmawati, SSMPD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello. Okay. Sorry, I couldn't unmute my for a while. Okay, and welcome to this third session in ISSoLLing 2022. And I'm Fitri Rahmawati. I'm going to be the moderator in this session. And ladies and gentlemen, in this floor, we are going to be with two great speakers who are already here. Here we have Dr. Ali Soraya Azhar from Management and Science University, Malaysia. Hello, Doctor. Could you hear me?
Yes, Mrs. Fitri, Assalamualaikum, and good afternoon, everyone from Malaysia. Here is almost 3:15. I think almost 1 hour difference, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone.
Thank you, Doctor. And then the second speaker is Mr. Cristianto SSM. Mr. Cristianto is from Faculty of Cultural and Communication Sciences, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Hello, Pak Chris. Could you hear me? Yes. Okay, Pak Chris. Okay, sorry here. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, its speakers going to deliver a presentation in And after that, we are going to have Q&A session. So if you have something to ask during presentation, please raise your hand, or you can type your question on the chat box, and I'm going to read them or to get the question. And now we go to start the presentation directly. Okay, the first presenter is Dr. Ali Soraya Azhar. But before it, let me just you the profile of Dr. Azhar. Dr. Ali Soraya Azhar is a senior lecturer in School of Education and Social Sciences Management and Science University, Malaysia. His expertise is applied linguistics. Is that correct? There are many professional experiences I found his curriculum vitae, but one of them is becoming Director of Research and Development Department in Islamic Azad University, Iran, in 2004 to 2006, and also founder of ISSO Language School, Iran, in 2004 to 2008. Then, regarding the language literacy, fluent in Turkish, English, and Persian. And he has a lot of publication too, in form of book chapters and papers in journal. Here I notice over 22 publications. One of his papers written in 2022 talking about analysis of authorial identity construction in the review article genre. Actually, there are informations here, but sorry, I couldn't read them all for you. And I would directly invite Dr. Azhar to give presentation. And the topic is COVID discourse as traumatic speech acts of metaverse era. Doctor, you have 40 minutes to present. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for the introduction or introducing my particulars. Okay, let me share my slides. Is it? Can you see the slides?
Sorry, we haven't.
Okay, I think it takes time.
We haven't seen, Doctor.
See now?
Still?
Still on the way?
Yes. Yes.
Maybe it is because of the coverage. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah, already. I already see.
Okay, let me display. Okay, thank you very much, and I am really honored and humbled to have this speech today. And thank you very much for University Muhammadiyah in Indonesia invited me as one of the plenary speakers for this international conference. Actually, I have been listening to our experts since morning, and I really enjoyed and learned a lot from our colleagues, virtual colleagues. Actually, I haven't seen them face to face. As Mrs. Fitri said, my major field is in academic discourse analysis. So one of my major interests and the topic that always I want to look at it is a kind of discourse and discourse analysis. So that's why when I received this invitation for this conference, I try to look at this topic from the different angle and different perspective. So I tried to make a link and connection between metaverse era that happened to us either by willingness or not, Although some people maybe like myself, don't like it, but we need to accept and to be on the constant change of this paradigm shift in this world. So I'd like to connect this metaverse era to the critical situations that happened to us since 2020, and that is COVID-19 pandemic. And this COVID-19 pandemic infected and influenced all of us, actually. Just recently, I recovered from this COVID-19, actually. Now also, I am in the recovery period, actually. And it affected me and my eyes also. Now I have a bit blurred vision. So I would like to look at this COVID-19 pandemic from the discourse analysis side and to make a link to this. So my presentation outlines will be these background threads on the COVID discourse, research questions, meta-analysis results, and discussions and conclusions and suggestions. So in the background, if we look at the presence and appearance of metaverse era, the convergence of physical and digital in the metaverse presents exciting opportunities. So no one can deny it, and we need to accept that really it brings to our different layers of societies and communities different numbers into our classrooms, as our professors today before presented different strategies that they can bring in, different creativities, different strategies to classroom and make our classrooms fun, because I believe also our learners can learn better by fun. So exciting opportunities they have brought it, and it has brought it, but also there are some critical challenges. As the metaverse emerges in the future as the main technology interface, we also need to ask ourselves about the impact of this technology on humans, and challenges and issues that it has brought to us, like addiction, fear, mental health. Concerns already exist across these same topics for the current generation of social media technologies, and metaverse will make that experience even more engaging at the same time, and at the same time dangerous. So the COVID-19 pandemic then came a serious threat to humans, to existence worldwide in January 2020. In the famous city of China, Wuhan, where a large number of people suffered from pneumonia with multiple other symptoms, such as tiredness, fatigue, fever, dry cough, stomach disorders, and so on and so forth. This pandemic was declared havoc by World Health Organization, WHO, since it hit several people in 169 countries in the world in no time. For your information, the rates and cases nowadays in Malaysia are also increasing since a few weeks ago, and yesterday 5,000 or more than 5,000, and it is a kind of, again, threat to educational sectors. So WHO further instructed public around the globe to adopt certain precautionary measures, such as keeping social distance from each other, avoid social gathering, staying at home, behind your laptops and desktops all the time, from the morning since evening, wearing a mask, and all these things, washing hands properly, sanitizing, and so many things. COVID-19 cannot be treated as mere a fictional construction. Rather, it is associated with traumatic experience in people's lives. So the threat of infection strongly influences so many layers of societies and communities and people by endangering their physical health, mental health, and the economy of all the globe. The threats imposed by diseases are always serious as well as realistic. Kachanov et al. 2020. These threats have severe effects at macro level since they shake the very pillars of the society. They ruin the societies from all aspects, such as economical aspects, educational aspects, and so many. FIBK et al. In their research about society and personality studied different ways people perceive and react to viral pandemics. In 2017, their study focused on this point. And also different researchers like the SAI 2020 and Tarikon, Mestan, and Theo 2021 revealed that particular attention due to trauma caused by COVID discourse needs to be provided to children from the following 5 groups, like girls, those living in low socioeconomic status households, that we have a lot, unfortunately, especially on the developing and developing countries, children with disability, those children living in remote areas, and refugees, asylum seekers, and internally displaced children. We have focused on the positive effects of metaverse era. For example, yes, it brings creativity, it brings a lot of strategies to learn. But what about those people, those children, for example, in group 1, those groups in group 2, and the other 3, 4, and 5? We need to raise this question, raise this critical question, to ask our educators and ministries and policy makers that really, when we invited, for example, online instructions and all these activities, we could and we have been able to cover all these groups in our societies or not. Throughout the history of mankind, psychological and physical torture have injured people in different situations and contexts. Both types of injuries, physical and psychological, humankind is affected directly. In psychological injuries, traumatic or threatening discourse as the source plays a significant role. Butler uses the term of interpolative function of this discourse actually. Threats under COVID discourse. These threats have severe effects at macro level since they shape the different layers of society, they ruin the societies, and also there's been a chain of what? A chain of threats under the terms of COVID-19. We can see all these terminologies and words, especially all during the lockdowns and during the pandemic. Now we are in endemic. So we have these words, lexicon, that always has a kind of negative effect on our students, our learners, and our different groups, social groups, like COVID-19, viral pneumonia, ventilators, lockdown, second wave, third wave, and now corona variants, death ratio, isolation, second booster shot, maybe it is around, it is in the corner. And the main objective behind torture through traumatic words is to engender the feelings of distress and self-mortification in the addressees. Van Bohemen in 1999, page 19, states that in trauma, experience may be stored in the body without mediation of consciousness. According to Naim and Anwar, 2019, they quote Butler, who extends Austin's theory by postulating that language has a power to injure when it acts against us. Indeed it is. So Banerjee 2020 argues that corona infections may create a wide range of behavioral and mental effects such as insomnia, panic attack, health anxiety, fear, and above all, trauma. In public discourse, the predominance of fear modifies different social practices in response to the factors generating fear about COVID-19, which has become a prime-time reality horrifying public these days. According to Danny Howard, is causing traumatic stress in the world, since the people who have not suffered from this infection are feeling due to possible prospects of getting infected. The main question of our project, that we did this project with my master's students in Malaysia, we have actually, this project is under review for the publication. I just wrote a few questions, like how COVID discourse as a traumatic speech act is spreading panic and fear after becoming a discursive practice at the macro level of societies. Or the next question, who are feeling insecurity in multiple aspects such as income, education, and all the layers of all mental health. The methods that we use and we followed in our project, a mixed method, quantitative and qualitative. Participants around 250 Malaysian students from different universities. Instruments that we use in this project, questionnaire and semi-structured interview questions. Specific questions were adapted through various sources. Butler's theory of excitable speech serves the structure of this study. She explains that the power of traumatic utterance does not lie in its origin, rather it lies in the repetitions. The force of authority lies through the repetition or citation of a prior or authoritative set of practices. The study shows how the discourse about the pandemic as a stressful practice is spreading psychological fear when it is repeated by people again and again, especially on social medias, as you are aware of it, particularly in isolated world, when you are in quarantine and isolated from the different social communities, and you are living alone and only laptop or mobile in front of your eyes, and only you are present on virtual reality or virtual world, that kind of metaverse world. So imagine how fear and stress comes to people in these, during these days or during these times. So data collection, as I told you, that we have done through two instruments, and we collected data through these two instruments, classified and analyzed into two main categories. Qualitative data was evaluated through coding and thematization. Quantitative data also being analyzed through the descriptive statistics or inferential statistics as well. So the causal relationships between variables were analyzed. I don't want to go into details of the data analysis, and also just we have a very findings. One of the findings here that we have found according to this figure, I want to read these sentences because it is an explanation of that figure or table. The 72.8% of respondents agreed that the news about corona patients on social media is spreading fear and panic at large. 16.8% disagreed about it, since they opined that people must be informed about the news beyond its drastic effects on their minds. And 10.5% respondents did not give their opinion at all neutral. They commented that the way this pandemic is spreading and victimizing people of all ages is really terrific. They commented that it is the role of media to provide information to people. Yet the traumatic situations emerge from different news, which tell how this infection damages vital organ of people and they take their last breath on ventilators. They added that specific terms associated with pandemics such as third wave, fourth wave, deadly virus, corona death rates, new cases, COVID positive, lockdown, etc., continuously creating a traumatic environment in such a manner that there seems to be no hopes in future. In the conclusion, the study of Judith Butler's traumatic speech acts, in relation to analyze the psychological effects of COVID discourse, shows that the pandemic as a source of trauma is prevalent everywhere in public discourse like news and social media. The speech of the pandemic has become a source of traumatic effects on people's psyche all over the world in the present times. It has drastically affected people from multiple aspects such as physical, psychological, social, moral, and educational aspects. So these speech acts merge as ritualized practices themselves, since they are derivatives, not originators. Such speech acts are repeated again and again to further aggravate the situation. So that was the conclusion of our one of the projects. Now, if we go to further, for example, the pandemic has become a discursive practice, okay, at macro level, since on all types of media, print, electronic, and social, been discussed again and again everywhere, around the clock. Moreover, it is also discussed as a topic, as a trauma in people's daily communication on social media. It is a common belief that the community's behavior is subjective to social cultural norms, but under the current scenario, people have changed their cultural outlook to adopt precautionary measures against the pandemic, such as isolation and social distancing. Or the study recommends that equal attention should be given on mental health issues along with the medical and physical repercussions of pandemic. At the end of our discussion in that project and another project that we did with our postgraduate students here, we tried to recommend and bring in some frameworks in order to inform and give this kind of proposal to the Ministry of Education and also to the Ministry of Higher Education to consider during the critical situations. One of them is the policy monitoring framework that we tried to introduce to the different educational sectors, especially Ministry of Higher Education. And let me explain a little bit about policy monitoring framework. In critical situations that bring along learners' hopelessness and aimless, like being isolated and only engaged with virtual worlds, the policy monitoring framework is also informed by various frameworks that may be developed to support the analysis of how critical situations impact education systems and children. Drawing on the previous works and education in critical situations researchers like Dahash, Tal, or Bates, the following three management phases can be applied to critical situations to avoid negative side effects. So these three phases called preparedness, response, and recovery. Under these three phases, we have three factors that related to each other, and also in a very good cycle, we need to cover it. So cutting across these three phases are three factors for policymakers to consider for building resilient educational system during these critical situations, not to, for example, solely focus on, for example, social medias and bring the students to the real idea that, okay, with this understanding that we make sure that our learners really be on the understanding level according to Bloom's taxonomy. So the phases considered as systems, teaching and learning, and agents. If we look at this diagram or this figure, this is taken from Tarikon, Mestan, and Theo in 2021 model, okay? This figure shows that there are three phases like preparedness, response, and recovery. And then under this preparedness, we have three factors that we need to consider. If we go to these three phases, the first one, preparedness. In preparedness phase involves, this phase involves what? Involves being ready for critical situations that affect educational sectors. It includes having documented plans that detail what actions should be taken during and after critical situations. In response phase, this response phase refers to policies, plans, and actions that seek to manage and address priority areas. This might include focusing on the continuation of school subjects. So in this phase, maybe some policymakers, educators, bring some subjects as priority, prioritize these subjects, and remove the other subjects in order to base on their priority. For example, the subjects like languages, mathematics, physics, being prioritized and placing less emphasis on the other subjects because of that critical situations. Appropriate responses will differ across national and local contexts. So here we need to consider that we have, if we can classify our countries based on developed, developing and underdeveloped countries, we need to see which one is the first and which one is the second. And in the recovery phase covers and focuses on returning students to their pre-emergency learning trajectories and continuing learning. An education system that is well prepared for an emergency typically has access to appropriate response mechanisms and is better able to develop strategies for recovery and resilience. For example, now we are in the endemic era, period. So how we need to bring back the students from the online situations to face-to-face classrooms. But at the same time, you see that when we want to shift from this line to that line, in the middle, we have hybrid classrooms and hybrid systems also. So we need to have this recovery phase in mind and plan for it to see that how our educational sectors react to them. Into the policy monitoring framework to particularize these issues. So the focus that I have highlighted here, and I'd like to focus on it more, is teaching and learning. Teaching and learning that, for example, one of the professors mentioned that, okay, we need to bring some educational technologies, softwares and apps to classroom level in order to engage and involve our students with different tasks. But the question is, okay, to what extent all our learners cover our learning objectives? And is this cover all this society or not? So in teaching and learning, a significant factor, this refers to education-specific activities, resources, delivery platforms, student assessment, even an assessment sometimes. To be honest with you, when pandemic started, all lecturers shocked because most of the lecturers and teachers were not ready. And even the lecturers didn't know how to evaluate and assess the students. So these all levels and the phases should be ready from the should provide all these phases and factors in order to stand against these critical situations, because tomorrow we don't know what's happening and what's going on. And these factors focus on issues that are directly related to how teachers to teach, how students should be evaluated, and how the even evaluation systems should go on. Yes, in our university also we have our own platforms. We have created our own portals. The students can engage and involve with us. We have online exams, but the point is to what extent, again, our learning objectives being covered in these online exams. For example, in one of our projects, again, the second project, we have focused on the synchronous and asynchronous learning methods during online instructions. And we had a kind of survey about these two systems, and we have asked from our survey, we had done survey, and we had asked our learners, our students in different universities, which learning tool would you prefer most for synchronous and asynchronous learning mode? Sometimes lecturers, you see that they bring only softwares and only the links, sharing the links with the students. Okay, let's work together this link. Click on it and try to engage yourself with the different activities. But again, there is kind of each system, each method, as you know, has its own pros and cons. So we need to make sure that it is really in line with our objectives of our education. So as you see in this program, in this diagram, for example, we asked our learners about text presentation and video presentation, because we have noticed that some of the lecturers bring videos, short videos to the classroom, and then asking the students, okay, let's watch this short video, without any task-based approach in order to involve the students after the videos, and that is it. So in metaverse era, teaching and learning have its own pros and cons. Methods mixing learning tools together would help improve the learners' understanding of subject matter and provide opportunities to gain more knowledge. It could help increase their motivation and attention and enhance their language skills. Most importantly, text presentation was deemed as necessary as video in acquiring a second language, and therefore mixing these methods from our idea is the best. We cannot go in only in one method, better to bring mixed methods. So mixing both learning tools in the teaching learning process was considered a balanced tool. For example, one of the professors asked, okay, how we teach literature through these technologies, through these softwares and apps? That is a really critical question. And we need educators, experts need to sit down. I think that is the time that we need to think about this paradigm shift and think about the tasks that we can involve our students with this kind of task. Previously, we had hard copies, textbooks, but now the time is to shift from the hard copies to soft copies. So how to engage, how to make sure that our learners covered all these objectives. So this is my last conclusion and recommendation also to the ministries and the management system, management level at the university level. Digital technology can be most effective in reducing COVID threats when not applied exclusively. Researchers found that learning with digital technology is more effective if it is incorporated with offline components. Kalan 2020. Consequently, governments need to consider a broader range of communication channels beyond digital technology. Why? Because as I showed you, researchers found that 5 groups of children always under threats because of maybe they are living in far distance, they don't have any access to internet. So if we consider digital technology for some groups, maybe 50, 60, 65, 75% of the students, so 35%, 40% left behind. So what should we do? I think it is better that governments and ministries think about these people and bring the instruction to these people and to these groups also. Through what? Through, for example, maybe local radios. I've seen this when I was, for example, in Australia. I saw that in the, for example, 35 years ago, they had some local radio channels, and the instructors and teachers teaching to the kids that they don't have internet, they just have radios, they just receiving the lessons and the task. Or television stations. And the Ministry of Education of many underdeveloped and developing countries need to plan and use multiple modalities to build resilient education systems for equitable and sustainable development, and pay attention to psychological health of people affected by multiple causes like corona threats and metaverse era and so on and so forth. So thank you very much. That is my gist of the presentation for today. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Azhar, for a very interesting research and presentation and enlightening presentation. Okay, and okay, here the presentation share us about the research dealing with COVID as a traumatic speech act, where involving 250 university students in Malaysia, and also emphasized on the teaching and learning activity here, and also gave a suggestion about the policy monitoring framework for building a resilient education system. Thank you so much. And now I'm going to directly invite the second speaker, Pak Kristianto or Mr. Kristianto SSM Home. But before that, I would like to read his curriculum vitae, and I would like to share you information about his profile. Okay, Mr. Kristianto SSM Home is a senior lecturer in Faculty of Culture and Communication Sciences, UMP, or Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. And now he is taking a doctoral degree in 11 Maret University, Indonesia, and his expertise is linguistic studies, and he has published many research articles. One of them is Savism in Leo Tolstoy prose, and many more. Sorry, I couldn't read them all here. And now please Mr. Kristianto to give presentation with the title True Crime Stories, Digitality and Literature Boundary. Pak Kris, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you, Bu Fitri. So in this chance, I want to share a bit of my personal experience having listening to or watching to YouTube channels in which crime stories there are presented. And then I also share my experience to my students at the time for my subjects, and then I also assign them to make such story in a group for their assignment. And then from the beginning, I have this questions actually. This is some question that I tingling my mind whether it is possible or not to have this, I don't know, genre or this kind of material to be either this one, either it is, I'm wondering whether it can be that true crime stories is a literature or not. That is my first question from the beginning when I see this, because when it is so, then we need to know what the reason to say that they are a literature. And then from if it is then a literature, then we have another question: is it worth to study or to analyze as an academic task for literary students? And then it can be for our faculty here, or it can be in others. I think we may talk together later on to discuss about this. And then the next question is, if it is possible to be an assignment for their academic tasks, can it be upgrade to the next level, that it can be an object for analysis in the scripture writings? The first is to be the object to be analyzed, just like the movie. And then the next part is because I think in the last program, in the last statement by our rector, one of the point that emphasized there is just like I think the recent news in our website there is asiknya kuliah tanpa skripsi. So that I'm thinking whether if it is yes as an object, it can be analyzed for scripture writing for our faculty or others, of course. And in another one, because the literary works can also be the replacement for the scripture for the final assignment in our university, then as a product, it also can be and an alternative, uh, like a content, a content product, a product content, which can be as just like a replacement for scripts, just like literary works, as I think the literary works has been said there, mentioned there in the decree from the rector decision there, that it can be one of, yeah. Of course, we have known that uh, article or journal articles has been there, and then we've done that for I think last 3 semesters, and then also I don't know whether literary works actually has been legitimized, but then so far I haven't seen any students, either whether from here or from Bahasa Indonesia there, because they have creative writing, especially for berkarya, that whether they have meet these things as one of the replacement for scriptsy or not. So far, I haven't known about. But beside that, then I think if true crime stories, just like the content in YouTube, there can be one, then it can be an option, and it's still the hypothesis from the thing that lead drive me to share today with you. So the first, because actually true crime stories, the beginning is not in the YouTube there, but many crime stories are written down either in magazine or even in a book. So it mentioned like a non-fiction novels. And then I think if you know about, some, I think in Intisari or Reader Digest there, they always have some stories, and then the content that is about the crime. So it's like that. And then I haven't experienced to read the book of true crime stories there, but I think it will be the content will be like the its shortest version, like in the magazine. And then, but today we have the same stories, but then it is evoked, it is sent, it is delivered in a different mode, or in a different in different kind of product, yeah, in which people doesn't read, but people just listen or watch. I did sometime I do when I watch the true crime story in YouTube. Sometimes I watch it. I mean, I listen, and also I watch the picture. But sometimes I just make it just like a dongeng when I'm going to sleep. And sometimes I also do that. But from what I did that, I mean, there is I see that there is a pleasure there, and then the pleasure or the beauty there is one of, later on we will see that that kind of purpose is also a part of the main feature of literary works. So what is digitality? It refers to the condition of living in a digital culture. So I think when we talk about YouTube, I think we believe so that it is a part of digitality there. And then this digitality then makes up new space for literary works to be put on, so that it's like new pack of literature. So the aspects of digitality is the continuous contact with other people, such as like we have, just like what we do with YouTube there. The content creator, the creator there make, and then they can produce their content anytime, and then we as a consumer, then we listen, we click their video, and besides that we also can interact with them, and then sometimes they invite the comments, and then many people comment to the video directly, or some other comment to other comments. So I think the continuous contacts are there. So, and another is of course communicating through web blogs and email. So I think when we talk about, because it is in YouTube, so digitally that is unquestionable. And then we go to the literature, like I mentioned before briefly that one of the main features of literature is providing aesthetic pleasures. Of course, in that is to the readers. So just like aesthetic pleasure to the viewers, just like in what we got from YouTube there. It differs from the written work by only its one additional trait. It's one additional nature, that is only the aesthetic beauty, because this aesthetic beauty, that aesthetic pleasures are the same thing. I mean, aesthetic pleasures is what we got, and aesthetic beauty is the object that we have in the works there, and then they are the only trait that making the literature different from non-literature. So the entire genre, like poetry, drama, or prose, is blend of intellectual work and aesthetic beauty of that work. So yes, intellectual work, just like I think paper is intellectual work, but it doesn't have aesthetic beauty because it is not literature. And then how about the connection between literature and society? And then everything that is, I just try to relate this literature with the true crime story there. And then I have, it's common, there is a common thing between the two in this point. Literature is an integral part of any society and has a profound impact on ways and thinking of people of that society. And then I believe so, and of course all of us have experience with the literature, and then it really affects our life. It really educates us how to live well. Yeah, when we are told with a bad guy, then the story there is to make us, to prevent us to be one of them. And when of course we got some ideal or the protagonist there with noble character, then the author there have imagination that people will get inspired and then to imitate what they have done there in their lives. And also with the crime story here, actually the same lessons are there. Of course, the first is that the society or the viewer there is told, of course, not to follow the criminal act there, and then perhaps in other side also I learned that emotional management is important in certain situations, especially because when we don't manage well, then that kind of situation can make a person without a good management on their emotions and then create a crime, just like the crime which is always appears there is usually the murder. And then I learned that one of the causes of the criminal there is, I think, the emotional management, the emotion management, which is a bad from the crime in that story. And also I also learned that from some spontaneous act of murder is triggered by drug or alcohol. So that is what I learned from the situation there. And then also what I learned is the greed is a part of lead a person to be a bad guy, to be the criminal, to think abnormally, and then they think to, I mean, they can easily kill others just because of the greed there, which is of course for us as a normal guy, as a normal people, then we have a question how that kind of action can be done. What kind of a better life they want, actually, because they have been settled well, but then they finally did the crime, yeah, and then which is finally doesn't lead to the achievement of what they want, but even they finally come to an end in a prison, or sometimes they are become they punished with they are should be leave forever, or even they are punished with mortal punishment by the police. Yeah, so I found also some cases in which it's still mysterious, and then it's not solved well. Some are, but it's only view there. Okay, so next, actually, society is the only subject of matter of literature. It's like, because it is really imitation, because it is tell the story from the reality. It literally shapes society and its beliefs, and it has an impact on society, and it molds. Dia membentuk, literature itu membentuk society. Yeah. It molds the society. And also next is literature literally does the depiction of society. Just like we know that literature is mirror of society, mirror of life. And then we come to our object here, non-fiction stories. True crime writing is not about hard news or artistic truth. It is simply seeks to entertain the reading public. So the core and main function is entertaining. That is why then novelistic techniques are therefore used to tell a story to the same readers who read novels. So the same technique, just like in a novel, are also applied there, and then the creativity and the skills of the narrator, of the content writer, there become the important factor, whether they will cut a good view or otherwise. Because I try to check some YouTube channels with the same content, but I think not all of them are interesting to watch, interesting to see, interesting to view. And then I think this part, this skill on novelistic techniques here are important there. Narrative nonfiction should not be regarded simply as journalism, but as a unique form that offers. So it reminds us about literature before. Pleasurable reading experience. Of course, it is referred to the conventional true crime stories. Yeah, because it is reading. But today, in a digital world, in the metaverse era, we know that these true stories has been packed in other kind of modes. So the true crime story has these two elements. The first is the truth and good read. So the truth, which is not, we cannot find these. Of course, you cannot demand a truth in a literature, in conventional literature. That truth is not, truth is not that, because it should be valid, just like reality. But good it is the same. But in true crime story, there should be, yes, of course, it should be good read, because so that people can be absorbed easily there. When you got some reading, and if it's bad, then even in one piece, then we don't want to go on reading the materials. And then so there is a precarious balancing act to ensure that the writer there create a scene that so explicit that the reader can step into it and get lost in the reading dream. If it is reading, of course, just for what I do is listening to it without violating the promise of truth. So the validity of the fact should be there. And we go to the elements of the story. It is from linguist William Labov. He said that there are abstracts, orientation, complicating action, evaluation, resolution, and coda in every story. And then when I see these it has been applied by Sandberg to see the conventional true crime stories there. Sandberg says that he can identify these elements in the story, in the true crime story there. So it doesn't mean that everything there should be in order like this. And I see the similar pattern also in the video there in YouTube channels. The first abstracts summarizes the entire story in a sentence or two. Of course, it is not in a sentence, but only in some utterance there in the beginning as an opening. And then an orientation gives context to the narrative and says something about who is involved, so the characters. It also states the location, time, and other relevant background information. Of course, we can find this, and then from my experience, orientation here sometimes happen twice, not in one go, because sometimes the narrator there start with introducing the crime, penjahatnya dulu dikenalkan atau korbannya dulu dikenalkan, sometimes like that. So or another they start with orientation here is explaining the victim first, and then they will go to some part, but before coming to the climax there, then they will go to telling about the new orientation for the crime, or to the actor, to the bad guy there. So that is the orientation, and the structures or the pattern is quite various in some videos there. And then next is complicating action is a key element of the plot and introduce new event or conflict. And this is, I think we know how the conflict develops. Of course, it's usually when it is murder, then we are told with some motives why then the bad guy there want to kill somebody, to kill the victim, whether it is his or her own family or some other guy there, yeah. And the next is evaluation. Also find this evaluation can be happen in any part. It can be not really in the beginning, but it's sometimes in the middle and sometimes at the end. So evaluation of the narrator about the event in the story there also we can find in the story there. And then next is resolution, tell you what happened at the end and resolves the conflict. This is how then finally how then the crime there can be revealed, and then what is at the end, what punishment they got, and then including talking about how then the punishment, how long and what kind of punishment they receive at the end, or whether it is solved or not. So we got that. And then coda or conclusion give the story general meaning. We got this, but sometimes we don't have this. But at the end, they may, I mean, the narrator here may invite the viewer to comment on the story, or even they will draw new issue, which is related to the story. But here, just like I mentioned before, these 6 elements do not necessarily have to take place in this order. So the order is really can be very various there. Yeah. There are many kinds of structure, and some of them may be missing altogether. But Labov doesn't say that it is missing, but it can be that they are explicitly, so that it's really mentioned directly or implicitly present in all stories. Now, this is the elements of the stories. And then when I reflect on this theory, then I can easily draw with my watching experience before. So of course I cannot draw one by one from them. Later on, perhaps in the next in other chance, then I will go. I will try to make like thematic analysis there. There is some example abstract I take from one story there. So just like that, this like an opening here. Ini adalah kisah-kisah rumah tangga, meski sebenarnya semuanya berawal dari sebuah pernikahan bahagia. And the next part has been an orientation. This is the orientation ini from the same stories. Pada Februari 2000 ini I took from the subtitle text ya in YouTube there. Valencia menikah dengan Chan Yang-chi, seorang warga negara Taiwan dan duda beranak 3. So we are introduced with the character there. Usai pernikahan Valencia dan Chan pindah ke Taiwan. Di sana kedua anak mereka lahir. Setelah 5 tahun tinggal di Taiwan pada tahun 2006, Valencia dan Chan beserta anak-anak memutuskan kembali ke Indonesia. Mereka tinggal di Karawang, Jawa Barat. This is the orientation part of this video. And then in here, the conflict is between this husband and wife. So we in this part we got orientations in one go because it introduced both character, both. So it is not, there is no victim and the actor here because this is one of stories. You know, the point of true crimes is always about the murder, but only this one which is not, because at the end there is no victim in here. Mereka masuk ke pengadilan dan ujungnya mereka semua bebas, dua-duanya bebas. So this is what I mentioned before, that orientation can be the criminal and the victim together, or criminal first and then later on followed by the victim, presenting the orientations. When it is go together, usually it's family crime, usually family and annihilator, annihilator. They are usually with this both of the victim and the actor are then introduced together at the same time. But what I learned is that the climax there is usually postponed. It's always really at the last point, because it is the core. It is to make the viewer want to follow all the session of the video there, of the extent, all the whole extent of the video. At least the detail, because it is the core, or focusing on how the crime, the climax there, mostly a murder, was done in detail. So that is the climax, I think. Okay, and this is true crime stories mentioned there, one of them, yeah. It is conventional crime stories. It is a book, quite thick, I think. And then they tell about the crime stories there. They're just like a novel, but it is non-fictional ones. I haven't read any of them. And this is some theory to apply in analyzing true crime stories there. There is thematic, structural, performance, and dialogic. So you can refer to Sandberg here, so that you know what kind of narrative content analysis there. So you can go in detail in Sandberg. It's quite new. And this is one of the channels that it is the one channel that I usually follow and then watch. I view the many video there, so it's quite popular with 425,000 subscribers. And then it also has some merchandise to sell. You may click them if you want to buy one of them. And then you see here how the people commenting on how good is this channel. Yeah, it means that there are many lessons there from the case, and then they review the story there, talking about the story and how they comment on the story there. And I take these from the story about Kisruh di Cikarang tadi, and this is some. And then I see many. It has the channel here got many positive comments, a positive evaluation from the viewers. And here it tried to compare this channel to others. All of them are positive, I think. Dan it mention keren mbaknya, ada ilmu juga yang disampaikan, kayak 4 jenis pembunuh keluarga berdasarkan ahli kriminolog Inggris segala. So it mentioned that to say that the channel is good. Okay. I go directly to the conclusion that this is what I can conclude from the presentations. True crime story is obviously a narrative. It is non-fictional. Its main function is to entertain, and its presence as a good read make it a kind of literature. As its stories are factual, the truth of the whole information, the stories there, can be the question of its validity. Yet, as a piece of literature work like true crime stories can be a new potential to analyze for literary students. Surely it is also an option of digital work to be created as a creative academic work and also content products for them. So for me, it is possible that the product there, the YouTube channel on true crime stories, can be the object to be analyzed for a literary student, and also can be the product just like literary works, so that they can an options for us, if you agree, as an object for the final assignment for our students. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Kim, for very exciting presentation. Okay. The points I can highlight from this presentation is digitality and literature can lead somebody to criminal. And okay, here, yeah, where literature is an integral part of any society and has a profound effect on ways and thinking of people of that society. And so the true crime writer must provide the truth and a good read. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we go to a Q&A session. I'm going to check the chat box first. There is no question here. And then this about the screen. Oh, Mr. Darin Tenef, could you please open your mic? Okay, time is yours now.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I really liked both presentations, and I have questions for each of the presenters. I will start with a question regarding the first presentation on the COVID discourse by Professor Azar. And I was wondering, since I'm very interested in speech act theory, and I think you just found a treasure for analysis. This is magnificent in using Judith Butler. An excitable speech seems really interesting. I was thinking though, you say that this COVID discourse is a threat. It's a threat and it's traumatizing. But the speech act of threat is very specific. It's it usually requires a subject who is threatening. Now, in the case of the COVID discourse, it is not enough to have repetition to have that, because so this is the first part of the question. And this a theoretical question, but also a practical one. Even though the origin of the threat is usually not that important, I think in this sense Butler is right. Even though the origin is not that important, usually we associate. So somebody's threat seems not to be the case. Hello, sorry, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Sorry for my connection. So yeah, so this is my question. It regards the talk of Cristianto on the true crime story. So, as I'm not very familiar with it, so you're talking about a YouTube channel, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I have like this confusion. I don't think a YouTube channel can be literature. For the very same reason, a movie can't be literature. So it can be art, but it can't be literature because it's not something written. It's so you had me confused a bit there. And also, when we think about how we define literature, usually it's not about aesthetic beauty or aesthetic pleasure. Well, it was the case in 18th century, but then with the 19th century and the aesthetic of the ugly and Baudelaire and after, we no longer tend to define literature, at least since the mid 19th century, in terms of aesthetic beauty. Now, the aesthetic part is still important. If we answer the question, what is literature? This is Gérard Genet's Fiction et Diction, Fiction and Diction. We will see that when something is fiction and is written down, then it's necessarily literature, even if it's not well written. So the aesthetic question is different from the question of essence, right? And if it's a poem, it's literature, even if it's the worst poem you've ever read. And it's because of its form. So for Genet, literature is defined as literature based on the aesthetic aspect only in the case where it is not always literature, like only genres that are not constitutively literary. And there he lists, in fact, I think you're on the right path there. There he lists like memoirs, diaries, historiographies, and so on. So from this point of view, of course, there is no other way for, let's say, if it was not a YouTube channel, but it was a series of books, there was no other way for a documentary series to be read as literature besides this aesthetic.
Okay, it seems Mr. Darwin still got bad connection. Mr. Darwin? Okay, welcome back, Mr. Darwin.
Yes, I'm back. So yeah, they are my they are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Darwin. And now we directly go to the first speaker, to Dr. Ali, to answer the question from Mr. Darwin. Okay, Dr. Ali, the floor is yours now, please. Sorry, Dr. Azhar, please wait a moment. We are trying to open your mic. Dr. Azhar, could you please open your mic yourself from there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. As far as I got only a few of the words from Prof. Darin, because the voice often on and his voice lagging. I couldn't catch up the question, but I got this this question, this part of the question that okay, how the repetition, if I'm not mistaken, the question was about repetition, right? Repetition in the discourse. Am I right, Prof. Darin?
I will write it down. It is about the subject. Who is the subject of the threat? Who is threatening us? Isn't it like a dispersed subject in the case of the COVID discourse?
Yeah, in this COVID discourse, actually, we have sender and receiver, as we can consider this cycle of communication in any discourse. So the receiver actually are the audience, all the people that being infected either in quarantine or the sender, okay, either comes from the sources like, for example, sources of like news from Ministry of Health organizations, Ministry of Health, or the social media, or sometimes the sources that not reliable. It is possible among the people coming from different social media sources that we cannot trust. But happening, and also this had happened. And among this cycle, you can see that this repetition and the words that itself, if we can focus on the functional load of meaning of each lexicon that's going to be conveyed through this cycle of communication, it has this kind of threat and fear that going to be transferred to people, especially when this happening when the person is on isolated part of his recovery, when he or she is at quarantine and all the time going referring to their smartphones or checking the status, because this happened to me actually. Last few weeks, I was at quarantine. The only thing that I had the communication through my smartphone. And we have here kind of portal that every day I had to report my status to the Ministry of Health. And when they're asking questions, repetitive questions, they're asking, for example, about your status of your health, about your fever, about your coughing, about your all the status that you have. So this happened for me almost 14 days. Every day I had to answer this question. So that is kind of a kind of trauma that happening among people, especially during critical situations. I think here, I believe that, well, when we come to the educational sectors, well, this metaverse era created varieties of the learning and teaching strategies. No one can deny it. And we can take advantage of this actually. Because if we didn't have this kind of online platforms, our educational sectors already shut down, and the students, all the university students and school students already should have stayed at home without any messages from their teachers, without any messages from the schools, and then they had to stay alone, and then nobody knew that what would happen to the education in all the globe actually. But what I wanted to here argue and also highlight the other side of the coin of our social media and our this kind of era. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Azhar. I'd like to read the chat from from Mr. Darin on the chat box. The question concerns the subject on the truth in the case of the COVID discourse. Is not the threatening subject dispersed, and does not this make the case of the COVID discourse a very specific form of truth as speech act? Mr. Darin, has Dr. Ali answered your question?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you still have other question or something to ask more?
You mean to Professor Azhar?
Yes, for Dr. Azhar.
Yeah, I was thinking about the threatening words like third wave, lockdown. I think whatever words were picked, they would have become threatening. Would you agree? It's not in the words, it's in.
Yeah, as I mentioned, it is the functional load of meaning of the lexicon. It is not only the word, actually. Because each word has its own functional load of meaning. That function is very important for us. That is going to which functional or communicative functions actually. It's very important that we want to focus on the lexicon side. Yeah, I agree. Thank you very much.
Okay, very interesting discussion. And now we go to the second speaker. I would like to give Mr. Cristianto to answer Mr. Darin's question. Mr. Cristianto, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. It's a corrective question for me, Professor Tenet. Yeah, I think it's too simplistic to draw the similarity between the YouTube channel True Crime Stories there to the literature by only one feature, that it is pleasure experience. That And then yes, I do agree. I think it's a good correction for me. I need to explore further to before I judge that it is a literature. But at least I believe that because you also then mentioned the movie, it's just like a movie. So that I think with movie, I mean the faculty here has usually made use of the movie as one of the objects of study here. So it's possible, but at least I believe that the YouTube channel there presents a narrative. But with that, then it can be then without labeling it as a literature, then it's still possible to have it as an object of study in the context of literary studies in our faculty. That is the point. I thank you for the correction, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. Mr. Tanef, has Mr. Christian to answer the question from you? Hello?
Yes. I also believe he is right. I mean, we should study YouTube channels. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
I write it in the chat. Yes, he has.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tanef and Dr. Ali, Mr. Cristianto. Is there any other question? I'm going to check again on the chat box. There is no question. And okay, from the participants, no question. Okay. Actually, the time is over, and thank you very much. And it's very interesting, attractive, and very enlightening discussion. And I'm sure that all of people here already got insight dealing with dealing with the topic we have today, and from the two great speakers. And finally, I would like to, or I have to close today's session. I really hope to see you again. And also for the audience, thank you very much for being wonderful participant during this session. And of course, for the presenters, for the great presenters, Dr. Ali Soraya Azhar, this is the second time we have you here actually in our faculty. And also
I miss flying very fast. I remember Cristianto. Hello, Cristianto. I need to greet you also. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really, that is my pleasure. That was my pleasure to be with you again for the second time. I really enjoyed the speeches, and also thank you very much.
It's an honor for us here for having you again. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you again to Dr. Azhar and Mr. Cristianto. Okay, then wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give the time back to the MCs. Thank you.
Before we continue the agenda, please allow me to give a gentle reminder to all of the participants today. The certificate will be given in a week from now, and to all the participants, in order to receive the e-certificate, please, you are required to fill in the attendance at least 2 out of 3. Thank you.
Well, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to inform you about the closing session. Prior to it, we would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Cultural and Communication Sciences, Mr. Ambar Pujianto SSM home for the closing speech. Mr. Ambar, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, ya DMC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I hope that all of you are still enthusiastic, and strong enough until the end of the webinar. I hope the first, from the Faculty of Cultural Sciences and Communication, I say hello to all the speakers, keynote speakers, and also invited speakers, and then co-presenters, and also the participants. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. First, thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala that we are about to finish this webinar. That is on literature as the sources and products, unlimited creativities in the metaverse era. It is also a great honor for me to say some words at the end of this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, we just had great presentations from the speakers in this webinar, keynote speakers, Mr. Budi Irawanto from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, invited speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Darin from Bulgaria, Assistant Professor Rolinda Sadornas Castro from SU Philippines, Mr. Ali Soraye Azhar, PhD from MSU University, Malaysia, and also Pak Kristianto from Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. I also appreciate the co-presenters from various universities, who just presented the articles, in the parallel sessions, and I also thanks to participants, from different countries too, Bulgaria, Malaysia, Philippines, and others, for fully joining this webinar, until the end. Ladies and gentlemen, we just followed and listened to the exciting, essential, and beneficial presentation for us, as the lecturers, researchers, teachers, students, to upgrade and also to update our knowledge. This knowledge can trigger and motivate, for us to work better and better in our disciplines. I saw a very colorful discussion during the webinar, the active participation also from the participants. It is indicated by asking and answering questions in all sessions, whether in the plenary or parallel sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that now we have some new insights about literature, in relation to the metaverse era, that we can, the result, that we can share and also discuss with our colleagues, our friends. So our result of this fruitful ISSoLLing webinar can always be more beneficial, more and more beneficial to others. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I thanks to the speakers, and the participants for taking time out of their duty to present and to attend this webinar. I want to thank also, to all the committee, committee members, from organizing this webinar and ensuring it runs smoothly and well. I would also like to apologize for any inconveniences you might experience during this webinar, and I hope that we can meet again in the next ISSoLLing in 2023 on different themes. Yeah, we hope. Yeah. Okay, and I want to close my remark and officially announce the end of the webinar by reciting Hamdalah Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Yeah, what we have done today can be very beneficial for everyone. Thank you for your best regards from Faculty of Cultural Sciences and Communication. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to close the agenda of the seminar. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
We would like to also apologize for all the inconvenience. Thank you very much and see you all next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Purwokerto, a beautiful city with all its magnificent treasures. Located in the west part of central Java, Purwokerto provides affordable mobility access and convenient services to ease your accommodation. As the main icon of Banyumas region, Purwokerto holds an enormous worth of culture and heritage preserved by the people for centuries. Surrounded by the scenery of Mount Slamet foothill, Purwokerto presents its incredible nature within its uncountable tourism sites. This is also the place where our university was established. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. It was previously a teacher training college founded on April 5, 1965. UMP has become one of the great Muhammadiyah universities to bring prodigious opportunities for everyone around the world to study, experience culture life, and achieve success in the future. UMP will guarantee you to receive the best education, providing various program studies to a diverse degree. By doing so, we present you with the best educators and qualified staff to support the academic and non-academic affairs during your study period. We also have opened international class for several undergraduate study programs, as well as master degree programs that have been internationalized, as this is in harmony with UMP's long-term target to be more global and recognized worldwide. Besides the grandiose building and fascinating spots, there are some facilities to make your study experience in UMP such great value, such as mosque with a comfortable atmosphere so that our prayers are more solemn, UMP clinics for taking care of community's health, UMP library with friendly and nice services so that students can get the most comfortable space for reading and doing group studies. Moreover, we have a special complex consisting of the cafe, Coconut Research Center, and dormitories for students living. In UMP, there are more particular non-degree courses such as summer course and winter course for international students who are interested in learning Indonesian heritage and culture. For example, batik making, practicing Banyumas traditional dance, Lengger dance, playing Javanese traditional music, gamelan, and many more. There have been many foreign students who have participated and experienced remarkable, wonderful study life in UMP. They have proven that UMP is capable of giving foremost education and providing Indonesian culture courses all at once. Through international affair offices offered substantial programs, all possibilities for everyone to come and study at UMP are possible. Numerous intriguing programs are provided to enhance students' hard skills and soft skills during the study period, as UMP commits to be a world-class university to educate the nation's life. Approximately, the foreign students of UMP come from 24 countries spread all around the world, who trust us to provide a great study period. So, Want to be part of the unforgettable study experience and cultural life at UMP? By choosing UMP as your studying, learning, and growing place, we guarantee you will receive a pleasant impression with subtle offered academic and non-academic programs supported by all of the campus components to complete everything you need. With a great team from the International Affairs Office of UMP comes great possibilities. UMP.